We're ready.
Yeah. Sweet. So, the last session ended with a frantic search around town at a very late hour for a diamond. A diamond that in a city that has been starved for months by a siege, and that has lost many of its trade, businesses to both to the siege and to kind of abandonment. It's the search for the diamond that was not forthcoming, unfortunately. That didn't stop the party mustering as much as they can to try and bring about a diamond. Smoke specifically offering 5,000 gold pieces, which is 10 times the value of the diamond that you need. Resulted in a fair bit of dwarven interest, even if the main interest that you saw was a pair of drunken louts on the way home from the Ironbeard Inn. You retired Galen's body to the Temple of Our Lady Weaver of Stars, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And seeing as you have time before Mir's ability to bring Galen back wears off, I think, did you decide to get a night's rest after the day's excursion?
Yeah, we decided to do a night's rest and then go and look at this orb thing, also trying to get a diamond, knowing that as long as we get one within 10 days, we can use Mir's new sanctuary spell to zip back to the temple to do the ritual.
Mm-hmm. Well, we say the end of the session with you taking a long rest. Yeah?
Yes.
All right. In which case, we will pick up that very night with Galen. Galen, you feel the pointed finger of Zethlon's spell pierce your chest when he cast the spell. You are frozen with fear and powerless to resist some arcane prowess far beyond your own. And you felt your very soul be ripped from your body. It would be painful and dark. I just want you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
The dead person.
Mm-hmm.
That's new.
Imagine Galen is like, fascinating.
Surprisingly went well for no reason at all.
You shut your eyes and brace yourself as you can feel your very living essence be ripped from your body. And when you grit down and your very soul tries to resist being taken from the mortal plane. However, a few moments pass and you feel no pain. And you hear no screams. And there's, for a moment at least, nothing.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm just going to shut this fucking chat up. Bear with me. Mute. So, what do? You've got your eyes shut. You're like trying to bear a terrible pain that never came.
So I think in this moment of stillness, as he enjoys the quiet, first time since, a long time. Like he's alone. Like he feels he's alone with his thoughts in this very moment, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
So he enjoys this for this brief second that feels like a century. And then he thinks to himself, son of a bitch. He's angry. Very, very angry. That kind of swells up and fills him almost completely. And he will try to, like, I don't know, open his eyes or perceive something or something like that.
Sure. When you open your eyes, you're no longer stood in Silvercrest. Your anger that you feel in that moment is reflected in the weather, and that same thunder that marked your last night on the material plane feels like 1,000 storms boiling up inside you. You see before you a black city.
Is this what we briefly saw when the plane was open? When the portal was open?
Correct.
Right.
A white light pierces grey clouds, as you can see in the picture. But the white light is not sunshine. It doesn't bring any warmth or solace. It watches you. You feel like it is the eye of a great being perceiving all upon this realm. So you no longer feel alone with your thoughts, but you feel very much under the spotlight. The city that you can perceive stands exactly where Silvercrest stood. And around you, instead of the Black Raven, you see ruins. And where the Castle Broadgrove would be, you see this sloping network of steps and ancient battlements. The main feature of which is a tower. And you can't quite see it well in this picture, but the tower has a crystal in the middle, just there.
Mm-hmm.
Make a perception check for me.
So it's like upside down kind of situation with what you
Let's see.
described.
Let's see.
Ooh. Ooh.
You do not know which way is up, and you feel the swirling mist around you as you now realise you are exposed to what in a normal place you would assume as some fierce elements, the storm, washing over your face. You instinctively hold yourself and brace yourself against the oncoming wind. With a natural one, though, you're not able to pick out any further details. However, this tall spire seems to be the only discernible feature. Everything around you otherwise is grey and bleak and almost gone.
Right.
What do you wish to do?
How do I perceive my body? Or if I will myself to like put hands in front of my, do I see them?
If you will yourself to look at your own hands, you see your own hands.
Okay. So basically, okay. So to me, I've got a body just as I had. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think first thing Galen would do is try to cast a spell. Any spell. Like cantrip, whatever.
Okay. Which spell?
I don't know. Throw a firebolt up in the sky.
Mm-hmm. You extend your hand and say the incantation, and the arcane energy that you usually pick out of the weave and throw like a projectile feels cold. And instead of obeying your will and shooting out of your hand, it feels like a grip around your wrist.
Oh.
And you go to cast a spell and you are physically prevented from doing so. You look at your hand, turn it over, and you realize that you have your hand has a manacle around it.
Oh, wow. Can I inspect it? See if there's anything on the manacle or any way for me to take it off?
Go and make an investigation check. You look at the manacle, and it seems spectral in nature. You realize, looking at both your wrists, that they are now connected.
Okay.
And you try to touch them, and your hand just goes through it. They don't seem to be preventing any movement per se, except the fact that you can't move them
Cool.
far away. They're not uncomfortable. They're not heavy. They're not chained to anything, as far as you can see with that roll.
So that was the first thing
Mhm.
he wanted to do. The second would have been after breathing in, looks up in the grey sky and says,
Panako? Can you still hear me?
Make an intelligence check.
used to be so good, but not anymore. But not a bad roll.
You look up to the sky and you beckon your patron. You hear a voice in response from behind you.
Ooh.
Best not mention any false gods in this realm, friend.
I turned around quickly.
You see the ghostly appearance of a hooded man. He has a skeletal face with wasted grey flesh and misty grey eyes. Bear with me 1 second. He carries with him a black skull and a scroll.
Okay.
He inspects you. He says,
Lest you want to end up like them.
and he parts his hands and points towards a perimeter wall that you did not notice before. So this city is completely enshrouded with this tall grey concrete wall.
Come with me. Let's take a look.
And he beckons you.
Who are you?
There'll be plenty of time for that, young gnome.
I'll follow him.
He just takes you round a few ruins, and you now perceive that the ground is littered with bones. And just a grey dust kind of coats everything. You inspect the way that this being moves, and you see that his feet are skeletal, and he moves with all of the grace of a shambling corpse. And as he turns, he opens his cloak and points towards this wall, which you can now see in closer view. The wall, it seems, is comprised with thousands upon thousands of screaming faces. As they perceive this being's hand, the faces reach out and strain to try and break free of the wall and make contact with this being. And he takes his hand away before they get close. It kind of amuses him.
This is the wall of the faithless. Those who have turned their backs on those who exist beyond the divine gate. And they are judged without mercy and given no respite from eternal damnation here in the city of judgment.
As he says that, there's a lightning strike and thunder rolls out across the city.
Pleasure to meet you.
He extends his hand.
Yeah, I'll gently touch it, rub it.
Make a wisdom saving throw. As you touch his hand, suddenly you are transported to a resplendent port city, like Silvercrest might have looked 2,000 years ago. And the man clutching your hand is a handsome, blonde-haired human. Looks like an adventurer. Handsome, blue piercing eyes that you can see the whites of. And as soon as you see that image, it flashes away and you are back.
Ah, you see me as I once was. My name is Jagal.
I didn't hear about that name before, or
Nope.
how'd you spell it? I think J-E-G.
Jerghal. I put it in the chat.
Mm, good. Jagal.
Whoa. So this is what happens to you when you die. You come here and for what? For judgment. Is that what you said?
Um, where? Oh, God, I swear I fixed this, and now it's not fixed. Sorry. Jagal looks at you with kind of no small amount of amusement, at least as much as you can discern from his wasted face.
Where a person's soul is contested and the true nature of one's being has undecided, then their soul is brought to the city of judgment for Kelemvor to judge. Your time has come.
and he opens his scroll and he shows it to you.
I'll look at it.
It says, well, in fact, make an intelligence check again.
Yeah.
Okay. What languages do you read?
Abyssal, Celestial, Common, Elvish, and Gnomish.
It's written in Celestial.
Oh, nice.
And with a 10, it is a bit. The scroll just keeps going, and it's written really small. So you discern what you can with that roll, and you pick out a few key things. The Vade Mecum is mentioned. Hysis Hololana is mentioned. Ogma is mentioned. And then Gallin is mentioned with another name that you don't recognize.
What is the name?
It's a surname, presumably, which is Romweaver.
Oh,
What does that mean? That's... Never seen this name before.
Do you recognize the journey depicted in this document?
Yes, I guess.
Then this is your name, Gallin Romweaver.
Wow. It's been a long time. Spent a lot of my life trying to find out where I come from, who I really am. I just needed to die to find out. Could have tried that before.
One does not enter the city of judgment lightly. And indeed, you may have the rest of eternity to reflect on what you should have done. And with that, the scroll disappears, and he takes his skull back out, hunches back over. Come on. And he heads towards Spire.
yeah, sure. I ran the opposite way. No, I'm joking. I'm fat.
Make another perception check as you approach the city of judgment.
Eight.
It's cold, and colder still the closer you get. You traverse these grey steps. They feel like drudgery. The air is thick. There's no hope here. You occasionally feel a light brush past your cheek, over your shoulder, through your hair. And as you look over the shoulder, you feel the presence of other souls, though you can't see them. Please fuck off. Sorry, my little sensor's going off. So it's almost as if this place exists in this moment, in this time, here, just for you. Like there are other people here, but they're not here. It's almost as if they're ethereal. As if this place might exist for every person that might live or die. All at once. You see that there are dim lanterns that light corners and the intersections where these steps climb towards the spire. You hear faint screaming from inside, as though these lanterns and the burning flames within them provide an insight into those that were sent to Avernus and below. It is an intensely frightening place, but not an unfair one. You're not being chased. You're not being forced.
Mm-hmm.
You are just being asked. And you, Jurgal, finally approaches the door at the top here. It's just a big black iron door. And in Celestial, you would perceive some runes and writing that read the Crystal Spire. Galen, judgment awaits you in the Court of Souls. But you are entitled to representation.
What do you mean?
The City of Judgment exists beyond the borders of the multiverse. And every deity, demigod, and being with the responsibility of judgment over life and death coincide here. Kelemvor sits with his allies, some of which you know. However, his opposites in other planes exist here to contest his will and represent you as you see fit, to perhaps sway his judgment, grant you mercy, if you feel you're deserving of it. Enter, and if you require representation, choose. And with that, he points towards the door that just opened with his will.
Yeah, I go in.
And when you go inside, you see it doesn't open into the center of a building. The architecture inside is impossible. It doesn't correlate or correspond to any of the structures that you saw outside. In fact, the crystal spire rises up and goes as far down as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
You see now more clearly as the door is opened, wandering souls traversing the court. It seems as though judgment is awaiting countless hundreds of thousands of souls all at once. Make another perception check for me, Galen.
Oh God. Going well.
The door. Fuck you, camera. Fuck you. The door shuts behind you, and you see this main central platform moving straight towards this tower. This walkway, though, is connecting an outer ring, and from the outer ring there are lots of other passageways and bridges. But you notice that each of the bridges that go in from the outer ring seem to be headed up by a statue. we're just going to roll to see which statue is at the door that you came in at. So could you roll me d20?
$11.
Okay. Dee-dee-dee. Hold on. This is a big document. Here we go. You see a elven goddess cloaked with like long flowing robes. She has really pointed ears and really big eyes. And she seems to be extending a hand of comfort, and like half kneeling in kind of deference to those who would approach her. As someone in their life, or at least in their childhood, whose one of their specialist subjects was like interplanar travel and the different planes, I can let you make a history check here if you wish. You just tell me what the roll is because I'm on a different screen.
Oh God, double ones.
Double ones.
Yeah.
Oh my, yeah. You can't make out this statue from any other horrifying visage that you've seen since you have entered this plane. You don't have to. You don't have to accept representation if you don't want to. But you feel like this is going to be a long and confusing task with that history check.
Yeah. So can as far as I can feel, because am I completely, so this is court of gods, right? Gods and deities, right? The Panaku doesn't have a place here anywhere, right? I am completely cut off from him. He can't hear me, he can't perceive me.
You have no idea.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. So what are my choices?
You see a walkway before you, and a lot of other walkways.
I can choose other. Oh, okay.
It goes around like this, so you can go and find a statue of a god to represent you if you so choose. That was Jergal's implication, but it is a choice.
I don't have a god that would make any difference. I'm just gonna follow the path.
As you turn away, you see out of the corner of your eye a tear drop down the cheek of the pale elf statue as you head towards the Court of Souls alone. As you walk across the walkway, you can see now the enormity of this place, a truly multiversal nexus, the likes of which you'd never read about or heard about before, not with that history check. And as you approach the spire in the center, this spectral court, you see quite clearly atop a doorway a skeletal hand holding two scales, tipping out of balance. I'm not going to make you roll because you would know in your studies that is Kelemvor's symbol, the god of death.
Yeah, the judgment.
Mm-hmm. And as you approach it, the doors open for you. And you see the image that is always conjured in my mind as I've thought about this since seeing it, but the last Star Wars movie, what was it
Mhm.
called? The rubbish one.
The
You know,
last
you know what?
food.
You know when all the Sith are in the Colosseum and they're all like the ghosts of the Sith and the Emperor's in the middle?
Yeah.
That's what it's like in there. It's like a big Colosseum, a grey, sandy kind of floor that you walk out in the middle to, and this spectral symbol with a hand and scales behind an arrangement of grey concrete kind of booths, as if these were seats in an amphitheatre or coliseum for extremely important people, like judges or gods or both.
Yep. And mosey on.
Hold on. Okay. You walk forward. And as you step into the Colosseum, you hear like this echo of activity as a crowd, a spectral crowd manifests. I'm going to ask you to make another perception check as hundreds and hundreds of people appear in this kind of ghostly form.
17.
You look out across the crowd, and all of these ethereal manifestations, souls, astral projections, all fill the Colosseum. With that perception check, you would perceive grey and ghostly apparitions of Smoking Mirror, Mir, Jacob, your friends who are here
Do,
to observe.
do you think they're dead? That
Make an
don't know.
intelligence check.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I think I get it. It's because it's everything's happening. The whole time is happening at the same time. So it's. Oh well, my
You,
intelligence is not great.
you have no fucking idea how they're here, but you pick them out.
Oh, okay.
You step forward, and as you reach the center of the Colosseum, the light coming from behind you gets weaker and weaker as the doors close with a deafening thud. At that moment, you look up to the main conclave where these kind of royal seats jut out at the flat end of the Colosseum, and you see two white spectral eyes. The face is kind of concealed, like a witness on a video who didn't want to be identified would be concealed. You just see their silhouette and two piercing white eyes, and you hear a voice. Galen Romweaver, your time of judgment is upon you. You are charged with crimes of faithlessness, turning away from your God and accepting the bribery of a being beyond time and space who exists only in the Forbidden Lands. Another crackle of lightning. It seems to rouse some of the souls around you. Some more eyes appear in the other boxes. I'd like each of the other players to make a religion check. Mia, you look hopefully towards one of the boxes, and you're kept waiting. Smoke, in your dreams, you know that Urkashindi is the judge of all Tabaxi souls, and you wish for their assistance. It doesn't come. However, Jacob, having recently converted to Mistra, you look up, and the Lady of Stars appears to take her seat next to Kellenvor. Although it is just a silhouette and these white burning eyes, you feel that it must be her, Jacob. Must be.
I'll bow my head towards her in reverence.
Gallin, I've got another seat to fill in your court case, so I'd like you to roll me a d20.
Do it. 7.
7. You look up and you can see the silhouette of Kellenvor and the spectral hand and the scales behind him. You look and you see another silhouetted outline with 7 stars in a circle behind them. And another symbol appears on the right, and it is a cloud crossing over a crescent moon. Bear with me. Yes. As each of these 3 deities steps forward, they come into vision. And you see Kellenvor, who, for the uninitiated, looks like this.
Cool.
You see Mistra, and I will leave you. You know, it was a roll, so it's Mistra. However you perceive and imagine Mistra, it's her. And the next person you see is panther-like, like a black panther. They have a sword with it like tucked into a scabbard made of bone. With that religion check, a smoke, that might be Kashindi.
Okay.
You can't be sure. You've never seen a cloud and a crescent moon, but this is a big beast cat type creature who sits to Kellenvor's left-hand side. The baying crowd gather or rise up into a bit of a furore, and you can see this chatter in all kinds of different languages until Kellenvor extends a hand. Silence! Gallin, you have chosen to enter the Court of Souls without representation. Do you wish to explain that choice?
I feel connected to nothing and no one. Alone. And that's how I came here.
You see Kellenvor shoot a glance to his lieutenants. He looks towards Mistra and the other person, and then looks out at you. Your trial begins, and there's another roll of thunder, and you are raised up, not flying, but floating onto top of a pillar or platform. You might be 100 feet in the air, still manacled. How do you plead, faithless, with the charge of turning your back on your God for running into the arms of a forbidden creature and turning your heart towards evil?
I did all those things. Whether it was willingly or not, run into the arms, open heart or not, doesn't really matter because you're not gonna care. I did those things. I did turn my back on Ogma for reasons. And I did promise to do the bidding of.
Galen stops short from before saying the name.
And his will is evil. So I don't know what you want me to say. I did those things. Do you want to hear why or how it happened? Do you care?
With this, Mistra, Lady of Stars, opens her hand towards you, and you feel the radiant spark of magic in your heart once more. The same magic that used to excite you as a young man studying in the Vade Mecum, dreaming about the spells you might cast one day. Galen, Kelemvor is fair, neither good nor evil. He's without malice, without envy. He's just and reasonable. If you wish your soul be saved, then you need only make your case. Enlighten the court as to why your soul might be returned. Tell us, child, for it's the last thing you can do. And she sits back into a silhouette and her eyes glow.
My whole life since I remember was about the pursuit of knowledge and the arcane and was left by my parents for whatever reasons they had. I left the home that I knew just not that not that long ago. It was a blink of an eye, really, and felt I knew what I wanted to do with my life. Learn more, read more, know more, and be maybe help the world um, as somehow. And met a group of people, and they they had goals, and mm, and we did something together, um, something interesting, and something that let me discover more power and more more options, and uh, Ogma came at a point and showed me that this is what I want is what he wants as well for me. It just felt natural that I would, um, and the the first time we touched the the mind of that that wasn't my choice. I mean, yes, I cast a spell, but I that's not what I intended. It happened to me, and things happen. Um, I,
With that, the bestial being to the left of Kellenvor leans forward. Know that in this court, Mikhutil, Kellenvor, and Mistra see the truth of your heart, young gnome. Do you profess that everything that happened since that fateful day has been something that happened to you and not something that you chose?
no, the choices were mine. That's not what I meant. I the reasons for the choices were n- well, I thought I knew what I was doing. I I thought that to start with, I tried. There was different things that I tried to shield my mind against it, and I tried uh, use the books and spells, he was always there. He was always there, and he was listening, and it was not possible to do anything about it. And when he came and said everybody who you love is going to be murdered and killed, and um he he said he had his hands in the killing of my friend, and I, I thought I could be the smarter one. I could go in and I could I would be saving my initial thought was I needed to save everybody else because he's so extremely powerful, and well, we were not, and but they would have gone and done it. I know they have. They would have because we we did
Kellenvor
crazy
raises
things.
a hand to stop you. as you become more and more desperate in your pleas for them to understand? And what of your future ambitions? How did you intend, once you knew his gaze was unshakable, how did you intend to deceive your friends and exploit his power?
Once the life as I knew it changed forever, and for whatever reasons, I had, I don't know, got dedicated myself to him, and he showed me that the the way the way to change the world is to subjugate it, because people are sheep, and they do not know what they're doing, and they're stupid, and they do not understand, and they need to be led by a string. And he made me understand that, and that's what I intended to do. I intended to bring back him, and who knows, power for me in that time. I could shape things as I see fit better.
And with that, we'll take a break.
I could watch this all night. It's great.
bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For she who'd led us towards the light, the ballad of the white stag. The chairwoman sat at her desk one day while the rain came down so hard. She made 5 white stags who brought the sunshine back, and she made them all town guards. She was crossed by a gnome who armed some bombs that would make the dogs into a pond. But the stags were too wise for the tiny gnome, and they sent him back to Gond. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. For heard we not had stayed the night, the ballad of the white stag. She roused her men at the feasting hall, and she took the stags to the city wall. With a lightning strike and a nasty fall, the chairwoman saved us all. When the nightfall came and the chanting stopped, and I nearly spilt my drink, for in the dark with Mistress' aid, she turned the walls to pink. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. Thought heard we not had stayed the fight, the battle of the white stag. Now the chairwoman wields her family sword, and her brother wears a mask for the forgers' guilds and traders too. There's not too much to ask, so come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. So come gather near and bend your ear for a tale our tongues to wag. You better tip your glass, 'cause she saved our ass, the battle of the white stag. Hey ho!
Hello. Yep. Oh, I'm more than happy to spectate and watch it, to be honest. It's great. Okay. Nice, nice. Star of the show. Nice, nice. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I was gonna like, it's good to unearth the backstory in case, you know, whatever happens. Yeah, I wrote that down, I don't know if I got it correct. Oh, I used a K instead. What was it? I hadn't heard of this. What is it? Yeah, I've not watched it, but I haven't really. It seems like it's floating around there in popular culture somewhere. Like it sort of rings a bell. Okay. See, I don't have that much faith in Amazon Prime Video overall. So if I've come across it, I probably assumed it wasn't worth it. I'm sure there's a few gems in there, but I find it to be mostly kind of, eh. Yeah.
was quite a substantive change in Galen's attitude in his last salvo there. So I just want you to recap, Lucas, what you said, because it's hard to just pick up from the, a reply to a conversation, if you like. So
Yeah, of course.
yeah.
So basically, Galen said that he sees his life as ended on the point where Panaku has or he decided to that fateful night to give himself over because he thought that was the right thing. At that point, it was just that, and then after that, he's basically saying Panaku's shown him the truth about the world, stuff that he's not been seeing, and that truth is the world can only be helped if it's subjugated.
And that all mortal beings are sheep.
Pretty much.
Okay. With that, kind of rift of spectral chatter washes over the Colosseum. And you see Kellamvor take a moment of pause. I just want you, Galen, to make a perception check again. I'm making you make a lot of these, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and they're all good. So at least that's that.
I want to show you things.
11.
Sure. You look around just after you say, the word sheep, and all of this kind of chatter erupts. The Colosseum is windowed from either side of the kind of judges' forum with little kind of angular kind of church-like windows, very small, but in lots and lots of rows. Kind of looks like you're inside a big cheese grater, if you like. And outside, there's just kind of black nothingness. With that roll, you think you feel Panaku's presence, but you can't be sure. In lieu of any more defense of your character, the Court of Souls hereby calls upon witnesses. And he kind of extends his hand and points to all of these spectral beings in the Colosseum, many of which are too difficult to make out. Smoking mirror. Step forward, and the court will hear you speak of Galen Romweaver's character. And with that, all of the souls in the Colosseum disappear except Smoke.
Galen was my friend. Not once did I feel that his ambitions took precedence before our friendship and that of our companions. And when called upon by fate, or whatever it is that you decide, he was thrust into dark places filled with evil that threatened by their nature to end those who are innocent, who are good people with compassion. It was thanks to Galen that those evils were locked away and kept at bay. For his actions I see a savior. But ever since then, the course of his intentions had changed. I can only speak for Galen as when I knew him. It is for the gods to decide what he may or may not become.
Make a persuasion check, Smoke.
Oof. 21.
Miku Till regards you with some curiosity, and he leans forward as though they're about to speak, and another being appears next to him. Another feline type creature. And he goes to stop her speaking. This tabaxi is honorable. And it is that kind of faith and that kind of blind belief in honor and friendship that this gnome would exploit. He has already admitted that he wished to bring about that thing and enslave those mortals. I beg you, Kelemvor, do what you must, but do not be swayed by the experiences that people wish they had and the Galen that people wished he was. Judge Galen for who he is and what he intended. And the original panther kind of stands up. My lord, excuse my wife's intervention, but Siwatal shares my domain. She presides over the dead in our world and attends court as my proxy, as you know. She believes this case to be much more straightforward than the Tabaxi's testimony would suggest. And Kelemvor turns and just quietens them both, and they step back into the shadows. There's another of Galen's companions wish to step forward in their astral form and make a plea to the court, either for or against his soul.
Yeah.
Ladies first.
Yeah. She'll just raise her hand.
And with that, Smoky Mirror steps back and the court reapparates. But then Mia steps forward. Mistress speaks. My child, you have accomplished a great many things in my name. Let us hear you speak and see if you have attained the wisdom, or wisdom enough, to be a true judge of character.
Thank you. has been very difficult to hear Galen speak the way he's spoken this evening. It's very difficult to live alongside Galen for the past few months. He has changed, as Smoke said. The person he was is very difficult to identify anymore. Even when he pretends to be that, it doesn't seem real. I can't judge whether the damage done to him is irreparable. If he really can never be freed from this evil, then I don't believe his soul should be saved. And that's very hard to say. But if you can see something else in him, if you can see a way for him to free himself or for us to help free him, then everyone deserves a second chance. Though honestly, I've been struggling to see how we could do this.
You see Mistra kind of almost reach out to you in consolation before Kellenvor interrupts. The time for second chances is gone. The time for judgment is here. Make a persuasion check, Mia. Although I would like some. You kind of sidestepped a decision there. You said if this, then that, or if that, then this. I would like you to make a appraisal of which way you're going. Do you think his soul should be saved or not? As Mia, that is, not as Kirsty.
No, I don't think it should be saved. As Mia.
Then make a persuasion check. We will hear from another. And Mistra and Kellenvor both step back and assume their silhouetted form.
My lords, my lady.
Jacob Lecheria, you were arguably the closest of Galen's companions, and thus your influence will hold greatest sway.
Yes, I am no wise sage. I am a fighter. I've seen many things in the land, and to me, Galen is the closest thing I've ever had to a brother. Know this, you've seen it. All I would say is that two things. One is, yes, Galen has made some bad choices recently. He has done bad things. But he wasn't all himself. He's had a voice whispering in his head for some time now. This creature, this thing from beyond. And yet, when the chips were down, when everything was close to being lost, he unlocked the secrets of the tome and summoned a mystical tower, and without his help, we wouldn't have been able to save Silvercrest. An army of abyssal creatures from the water plane would have overrun the city without him. He saved many lives.
Mistra, you see, turns her nose up at what you just said.
and if saying this, he also participated somewhat in the ritual cast by Mir and the others to create a beacon of your power, Mister, on Silvercrest. Still, while having this voice in his head, he has. Would
Do
you?
you give credit to Gallin for my grace?
No. Just you obviously saw something in him to allow your grace to flow through him. I saw something in him. As I said, he's like a brother I never had. We both know little about parental figures. We have made a vow, and I intend to search mine out and to find his. Even if you choose not to return his soul, I will still try and find his parent to let them know what he did for Silvercrest, what he has done for the Isles in general. He assisted with the close. He closed the gate in the Jungle Temple. He closed the gate at Stormcradle. He has done many things to protect your Isles, and that should be counted in his favor, I believe.
Make a persuasion check, Jacob.
Sorry, Lucas.
Great.
I tried.
Great.
So, Gallin, you get the impression that the court is truly taking the time to gain a real picture of who you are and what your intentions were and how meaningful your existence has been. As the court debates and the chatter resumes, you feel that sense of solitude once more as you wait for your fate to be decided by these distant and unknowable entities. You feel like one of the sheep. You cast judgment on yourself in your testimony. You feel powerless against a power much greater than you.
I think Alan would raise his hand slowly.
As you raise your hand, seems the gods are too preoccupied in their deliberation. You feel ignored. And as that anger burns up inside you once more, you hear another voice in your mind.
Do you see them arranging themselves above you, casting aspersions on you for wielding a power much greater than their combined influence? They mock you. They belittle you. They tell you that you are not worthy. Embrace me, Gallin, and I will destroy them all.
Make another perception check. outside of the windows of the Colosseum, you can see a roving black tentacle wrap around the building. The gods are seemingly unaware. Panaku is tightening his grip on everywhere you touch, in life and in death.
Speak to me in your mind and reaffirm your commitment, and I will usurp the god of death and the god of magic in one foul swoop.
Make a charisma saving throw, Galen.
Right.
You steel yourself against Panaku's voice. He can't compel you to make a choice here in this realm. But you don't feel that his threat is idle, and you don't believe he's bluffing.
Can I still see? I'm looking out. Can I still see Mir, Jacob, and Smoke?
Make another perception check.
Want something good once, just once. Nope.
It is hundreds and hundreds of seats, and they all have this spectral quality to them. If they were real people, they'd be much easier to see, but really this court is for the service of the judges, and they decide who gets the spotlight, if you like.
Yeah, which is why I raised my hand before. Galen was thinking he would, if they ask him to say something, before passing the verdict, his request would be to address his friends. Is what he was
Yeah,
thinking. And
just because of a deliberation doesn't mean the court is in recess. Everyone's still there.
Yeah. I think Galen is definitely struggling with the decisions here. And he really wants to say something to them.
He wants to reach out to his friends
Yeah.
from beyond the divine gate.
Yeah.
This is going to be a high DC, but you can make any skill check you want. Just tell me how you do it.
I think I would like it to. I mean, I think it would have to be persuasion, and it would just be looking around and trying to get any of their attention. Maybe see if you can grab the eye of Mistra for a second, and just in his mind, just plead this: before my soul is lost forever, which he thinks it is by this time. Could he do this one last thing?
So you're reaching out to Mistra or to your friends?
I think to Mistra to allow it, because as far as I know, I can't do it myself.
Okay.
I don't know how else I would explain the persuasion role.
Yeah, no, that's okay. You are asking for Mistra's aid as a last request. So
Yeah,
that's persuasion.
yeah. I'm not. Yeah. This is sort of I don't know. Obviously, I failed every history check there was, so I don't know if there is something like a, you can have your last say before we pass the verdict. I don't know if that exists or not, so.
This court exists in this time, in this place, entirely for you.
So I think that's what he secretly wants, just to have
You
the
can
last.
just start making your speech towards Mistra if you want, if that's what you want to do. Just start speaking.
As if I was. Do you want me to roll any? Do you want me to roll that persuasion, or do you want
You
me
can
to?
speak and then roll persuasion.
Oh, okay, I get it. I get it.
Lady of Magic, if you allow me, I wish I could have one last word with the people that spoke here. I wish to explain if this is the last thing I do.
With that, the Lady of Stars leans forward. Make a persuasion check.
Technically, she's good, right?
She's good, yeah.
So technically, that is advantage for me.
Sure.
Evil little gnome.
No, wasn't great. Wasn't great.
I told you it would be a high DC.
I know. I know.
My young
With-
gnome.
Mhm.
The hour is too late. My power is muted here, just as yours is. We are bound by the divine rules, and we must not stray beyond our own domains. I am here because you were killed in my blessed city. And I have brought the astral projections of your friends here in your defense. Many gods would say that for a faithless one like you, I've already done too much.
So in Galen's head, it's the basically he sighs internally because he really wanted to see if they could maybe understand, or maybe there was something that they could have said, or any last attempt at changing his mind, but it's not going to happen. And he raises his head and looks up into Mistra's eyes and says,
I'm afraid you are right. It is too late. Tanako, do it. If you want to do it now. I'm with you until the end.
Make a straight charisma check.
You absolute bastard.
God! No!
Yes!
No! Oh, fuck, Alan.
The
I
dice
didn't
have
like him.
spoken.
Didn't like him anyway.
Mistra sits forward and Kellenvor holds up his right hand and it is skeletal. And he holds it out towards you. You look excitedly towards the window, hoping for Panaku's intervention.
but you see nothing but black
Oh,
and the void. Galen, the time for your judgment is at hand. However, owing to that outburst, the last thing you will see before spending an eternity with the damned and the faithless will be the disappointment on your parents' faces. And with that, all of the Colosseum, all of the souls disappear, and the column sinks slowly towards the ground. And the image of two old gnomes stand before you on the cold, dead ground. You see the two frail, old rock gnomes clutching each other for comfort in this twisted and scary place. And they look upon you, huddled in rags, bare feet, broken fingers and scarred faces, as if they've spent hundreds of years toiling underground. They look. Is that you, my boy? Is this who you turned out to be?
I don't know who you are.
The male turns to the female. Nibnal. All of our hopes and dreams. Every pleasure and every light that we were denied. It's gone to waste on our young son. Nibnal turns to Spellix, the male. We weren't to know, dear. He had a chance. That's more than we ever got. We did everything we could. It's not our fault. Felix and Nibnal Romweaver clutch each other. Cold. They look at me in the eye. You may not know who we are, but not a day has gone by that we haven't thought about you. Everything you had, everything you learned, everything you could have become. Perhaps a lifetime toiling away in the darkness would have been better than kneeling at the feet of you and your hatred. They turn towards each other. And then they look up. Please, don't put us through this anymore. We never want to see him again. And with that, underneath both their feet, platforms raise them up as they are ascended. And Galen is left alone. The skeletal hand now hanging above you in the Colosseum in the Court of Souls has a silver scale apparate in the middle of it. Have you any last words, Galen Romweaver, before your soul is bound to this plane forever?
You can all go to hell.
And with that, the manacles around your hands burn, and out of the cavernous tunnels on the edge of the Colosseum, more chains fly out and attach themselves to the manacle, and then into your back, and then into your neck, and then into your leg. And they drag Galen through the dirt into the void forever.
Cool.
Although he can't see
Team.
us, do we see that happen? All that. Yeah.
We'll see, won't we? Yeah, man, those fucking dice decided. Like, whoa.
Yeah, since basically last session, they just wanted this to happen. Is if I probably take the average of today's rolls, I think it's gonna be below 10.
Mhm.
And it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I had a speech in mind for the team. I was hoping for them to say something maybe, but it didn't happen. So he was just where he was. He was lost from the moment that the first time he heard Panako's voice, that was it for him.
But think, with that last charisma check, if you'd have critted that, like, Mistra could be dead. Do you know what I mean? Like, so
He was well.
I'm going to give you 5 minutes just to think about it while I go and put a hoodie on because I'm freezing. We'll be back in a sec.
Sorry, guys.
Fucking hell, Lucas.
That was
Sorry,
cool.
guys.
That was cool. Don't be sorry. That was well good.
Sorry, guys. There was this whole speech about how Panaku twisted everything in him, and all he feels is hate, and he feels like something is broken with him that can't be fixed, and had this whole speech prepared, and was hoping maybe some things that you would say would make him like chance the verdict versus doing this. But
Did you want Galen to make it?
yeah, I did. I think I came in completely. That's actually not true. I came in completely neutral. I wanted something to happen. I didn't come in saying like I'm gonna start with just completely turning Panaku evil, or neither one way or the other. I was going to be just swayed by something, or and in the crucial moment it was his voice, and not your guys. I really wanted to have that moment, and the dice just wouldn't let it. What are you gonna do?
That you were going to try and persuade us that you were worth saving.
No, I was going to play the trying to explain, because he felt the need for you to understand why he turned this way, and it's because something is completely and totally broken in him. He couldn't. It was just like almost following its own river, and it's like it was no getting off. He tried at many points in time to get off, and there was things that we tried with Dan and whatever, and every time this happened, didn't work. And he's been motivated by almost pure hatred that was built up in him, but it was a false feeling. It wasn't real. It was built in him. So he felt maybe there was some way of, redemption. It could have still, even if, so it was the question between whether he would do this or he would just say, no, Panako, I'm going to let them decide. And they could have still decided against it. So
I was hoping that they were gonna come and bind you to us in some way, so that as long as we stood by you, you would be immune to the whispers of Panaku.
could have been one way, but didn't
Jacob
go
would
that
have
way.
stood and said that he would, like, be there to keep you on the straight and narrow.
I think what he wanted
Roll tonight was a 9.5.
Yeah, very, very bad. He wanted.
Of course, you've worked it out.
He
Hello.
wanted to hear something
Boy,
like.
of course you worked it out.
He wanted to hear something like, which I think you guys would said something like, it's never too late, and if you just want it, I think he would have probably said something like that, more or less, and he could have been swayed by this. I think I
was
had a
trying
role
to
in mind. But...
try to get away with all the good you'd done, all the people you'd saved. Lucas
Yeah.
rolled an average of 9.5, by the way, Dan.
So Smoke was batting for you, and that was a success. Mir was batting against you, that was a fail, and Jacob was batting for you, and that was a fail. Your your persuasion to get to them was a fail, but rather than making a final plea to the god of death and giving your own chance to make a persuasion check, and it would have only needed a success to decide the final DC.
Mhm.
You obviously chose to forego that and speak to Panaku. But with it being a crit fail, there was no way you could have won. Like, there's no way it could have happened.
Basically, Panaku wanted this to happen, but then in the end just thought like, no, I'm never gonna make it with this gnome. You're gonna find someone else.
Well, either that or Panaku's power did not extend as far as he told you it did.
Yeah. And
You don't know?
And Galen was thinking that.
You got taken for a ride.
You are very good at dangling things in front of people, so.
Hey, I give you more, at least it just wasn't, okay, Galen's dead, let's move on,
No, it could have gone completely.
Could have gone. When I think about the possibilities, Galen could have been redeemed and reinstated and become the wizard he once was. Galen could have cheated and lied his way back onto the mortal plane, still with Panaku in his back pocket. Galen could have unleashed Panaku on the multiverse and killed the god of death and the god of magic. So
That would have.
Does everybody not die?
Shit.
I think you all know someone who would have been interested in becoming the new god of death, but that would have been quite a cool arc.
Yeah.
For a very brief moment, sort of the briefest moment, I was like, what if our astral selves get to like jump in and have a fight with Panaku with like Mr. on his head? That would have been simple. I was like, there's no way. There's just no way. There's no way.
I shed a little tear at the sad parents. That made me weep. That was
rough.
horrible.
You actually shed a tear. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sad. Did you?
That
So
was
did you find out? Did you write down Galen's parents' names?
No, I didn't. I was too busy crying.
Crying,
What
yeah.
were they?
I got Nibnal and
Spellix
Spellix.
and Nibble.
Yeah. Spellix was the dad, and Nibnal was the mum.
Ron Weaver.
No. Oh, I spelled that completely. Obviously, it's got a G in it.
Yeah. But yeah, now Galen is just a pained and twisted face on the wall outside
Some
the
stories end like that.
Crystal Spire. Yeah.
Happens.
Oh my god.
Wow. Hell.
I'm curious. I'm really curious what they're gonna remember. Just
Mhm.
if anything. So
Well, there's the potential that this hasn't happened for us yet because the court exists outside of time. So each could have
Yeah,
been
let's
us
spend
at the
10
moment.
days looking for a diamond.
Well, why
It could
wouldn't we?
each have been
Because we
ours.
think
Yeah.
he's dead. He's dead either way. So it doesn't make any difference to what we would think. Like,
Yeah, but I
Um,
have. Yeah.
so back at Silvercrest. Where do the rest of the party sleep that night? Given that Galen's body is put to rest at the Temple of Our Lady Weaver of Stars.
on the floor of the temple nearby.
In the temple.
Yeah.
All
I
in
would think that
proximity
too.
to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything?
We've just lost our friend. I want to be close to my other friend.
Yeah. Is there anything other than securing Galen's body and watching over it that you would wish to accomplish with that long rest?
Not for me. I think it's just for Smoke. It's just been an exhausting experience. There's nothing to do but just try and sleep and just hope throughout the night.
Jacob is worried that he did the wrong thing. That he's about the arrow shot as well. Is that had Jacob not shot, would Galen now be alive? And so he'll have all that running through his head as well.
Normal guilt and remorse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're under the guard of the KMF, the breathing members of CGS get a good night's sleep. However,
you bastard.
I would like each of them to make a history check.
Just those that are still alive, right?
Just the alive ones who haven't lost a game of D&D. No, I'm kidding.
Joking.
Can I use my inspiration?
Sure, yeah.
Oh yeah, because we're sleeping and thing.
Uh,
What is it with my rolls?
Mia, I know technically it's getting you to roll twice and inspiration rolling with advantage, but I don't like the fact that it does both rolls at the same time. This is the only time I don't like the roll twice thing, so I'm going to just let you roll again.
Okay.
And we'll take the first one that comes up. Wah.
He gave you every chance he could.
we tried.
Smoke. I say you had a good night's sleep, but you slept, but you feel pensive and worried and restless. You dreamt of Galen, and you dreamt about what you would say to him if you saw him again. The dream is obviously what you said in the City of Judgment in the Court of Souls, but you wouldn't know that with that roll.
Mhm.
Mia, taking the highest of those rolls, You believe you saw Galen in the Fuge plane, in this other place of death and judgment. Whether Mir would know what that means just offhand, I doubt.
Hmm.
But it might be a clue to go off. Jacob,
Hello.
you saw and remember everything.
Okay.
So you wake on the Monday morning in Silvercrest. It's a cold morning as Warkek enters the temple. Since he was resurrected, he walks with a cane and a slight limp. But his dark skin and braided hair contrast the kind of purple clerical robes that he now wears in reverence to Mistra. Good morning, friends. I'm sorry to see
Morning.
what happened to your gnome friend. Galen was, well, a real hero. Is there anything I can do for you this morning?
Do you have a diamond?
I'm afraid
Smoke
not.
says disdainfully, like, obviously not.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid not, sir. However, there is a queue of people outside the gates who claim to have one. The KMF have been keeping them out of the temple. Some of them are not regular visitors and haven't been over the past few months, but we could inspect them and see if they do bring what they say they do. Milady, is that what you'll have us do this morning?
I think so. Perhaps you could get Ruby and bring her here to help us.
Oh, aye, that's a good idea. She'll know, what to make of their offerings. Aye, she'll be here in a couple of hours if she's available. I'm sure I'll make contact with her. And with that, he points towards an opened window. It's kind of narrow and long at the top of the room where you are, and a red robin flies through the window, and it flutters around the temple. Oh, come here. Robins are always so skittish. And it lands in his hand, and he whispers it to the robin, indiscernible to you, before sending it back off through the window. Well, Valzax and I will go and see to the crowd, and hopefully we'll be able to collect their offerings for Ruby. Do you need a diamond? Why, I think you need a diamond.
The same reason that we needed one for you.
You know, if I could trade places and have that time again, so you might use the diamond on a famed member of CGS instead of a lowly druid like me, I'd gladly make the trade.
Don't say that. You're anything but lonely.
You're a
Well,
defender of Silvercrest. You fought for the city against the hordes. You literally gave your life for it. You are worthy.
Marked by the Lady of Magic.
and he rubs his head where the initial wound was. Aye, at least she seems to think so. I'm still getting used to the pressure of being chosen to come back. And I just think someone as cynical as I am, or as I was about the gods, maybe some things are best left alone. I shouldn't say that around you this morning. I'm sorry. I'll do as you instruct, my lady. And he,
Thank you.
embarrassed, he fearful of speaking out of turn, he walks off to find Valzax and Ruby.
Mia, Smoke, did you have a
Mm.
strange dream last night?
Well, I can't remember.
I saw Galen on trial before Kellamvor, Mistra, and I think it was some. It was a giant a panther god. Mikatil.
Does that raise any bells with me, Dan?
You can make a history check or a religion check, whichever you want. I think they're both intelligence, but
They're the same anyway, but I'll use religion.
yeah. Mikatil is not a god you've heard of.
Hey.
Literally, Urkashindi is the sole god of Tabaxi, as far as you're concerned.
Alan was asked why he did things, and he then called Panaku on the gods. He opposed the gods and was struck down, and if his soul isn't available, will your spell even work? I don't know. I don't know if it was a dream. It seemed so real. They asked us to speak for him, to say why he should be saved.
Just
Well,
nightmares, Jacob. Just
you said he shouldn't, Mia.
No. Oh. I dreamt of Galen too. I don't remember that. He was on a different plane, a dark plane in a dark city.
Yes. There was a citadel with a giant court of many thousands of faces. And people watching, and his parents were there.
His parents.
Yeah, his Spellix, Nibnal, Romweaver. This is his family. They were disappointed in him.
Did he speak to them?
He said he did not know them, that he'd never known them. But then he also spoke to Kellanvor and said that he had, on the battle, the when he fell during the big battle, that he'd pledged himself to Panaku, and that was it. I think Galen,
So
I think whoever we've had with us for the past, since the battle, I don't think that was Galen. Not anymore.
I mean, I've known that. I thought we could save him, but I knew it wasn't him.
Don't think there's anything left to save. I think he's on. He's been condemned to be on the wall of the citadel.
With that, Smoke waves it off and he's like, just nightmares, the two of you. Of course you're going to dream of guilt and dark places. Galen been taken away. I'm glad I don't remember mine. Let's see what these people have for us. Maybe we can bring him back. Don't speak so hopelessly.
Can I just... Perhaps if Mistra was there? Did you say Mistra was there?
I spoke to her. I spoke to her
I
about the
tried
ritual
speaking
too.
to her this morning.
She told me off somewhat. I spoke about the ritual, the creation of her mystical shield around Silvercrest, and how Galen helped with it. And she told me off for suggesting that Galen had her power.
Oh.
But she seemed... I've never seen her before, but... Well, not really. I've seen her effects. I've seen what she can do. But she looked like everything you've ever described. Kellenvor, a giant figure with scales and skeletal hands. And they felt their power. It was something bigger than anything else I've ever felt. I don't know if we've... I don't know what to do.
I can try to commune with her. And maybe that will bring us some clarity. Smoke, would that be okay with you?
I think Smoke would have been mostly distracted and probably by that point is walking his way to go and greet the dwarves and see who's got a diamond and stuff. Like he doesn't want to hear it, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think... You mean like Red did when she spoke to her angel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if anybody has the answers, it's Our Lady.
Okay. You go with Smoke. I'll make sure he's okay.
I will do.
I'll try it.
Very well.
And her.
I'll hurry off after Smoke.
All right, we're going to follow Smoke and Jacob for now. That's okay.
Smoke, hold, wait up.
Yeah, I'll slow up a bit.
I take it the events of yesterday weigh heavy on you. You're not yourself.
Of course not. Just watch my companion be slain. Reminded me, once my little brother, he got into a fight and some woodcutters were in the jungle. My middle brother, he was supposed to be with him, but his chance got caught up and almost killed by these woodcutters. And I always thought, why wasn't I there? Because if I'd been there, I would have saved him. I would have slew our enemies. There's never any other way I thought that it would be had I been there. But last night, I just cowered in fear.
There's nothing we could do.
That figure. And Galen was snatched away from me while I was armed and by his side.
What Lone Spell became was more than any of us could handle. Coronac, it was the same with Coronac. I was stood firing my bow, trying to get to him, and none of us could get there in time. And these things happen. And sometimes it is the God's will. And we can fight it. And we are. We will see if any of these dwarves have any sort of diamond. and maybe we can bring him back. I don't know, but I think Mir is communing with Mister. She's going to find some answers, maybe.
I hope she knows what she's doing. We'll just go to who's sort of you kind of pictured it. The dwarves are kind of like queuing up outside, sort of thing. Is there someone outside that is sort of guarding the place, is ready to liaise with?
Yeah, Valzax and Caleb, Triton and human guards are basically just screening all of the people who are queuing for offerings, taking a note of who they are and what they've brought. They've made it through like maybe 10, 15 people by the time you show up.
I'll just go beside Balzac and Caleb and just with no degree of friendliness or welcoming, I will eye up every single person that comes up with an offering.
Okay. I want you to make an investigation check, and we'll say that is how well Smoke is able to, or an insight check, investigation or insight.
Yeah, I'm just trying to this the same role anyway, but I'm trying to pierce into their souls. If anything, well, maybe intimidate them.
Yeah, sure. Okay, you can do intimidation instead.
They're all flat rolls. Yeah,
good. Jacob, you know that Smoke is in a bad mood, and he is scowling at each and every person who dares to darken this temple door with anything less than a 5,000 gold piece diamond. But to everybody else, he just looks like he's had a bad night's sleep. What do you wish to do, Jacob?
I suppose Jacob would want to. He's seen this spell cast several times. He knows vaguely what we're looking for, although not exactly. He'd want to sort of cast his eyes over the diamonds that have already been collected.
Well,
investigate whether there's
So it's not all diamonds that have been brought. Like the rumor that from being out there and being amongst the people, the rumor.
Whispered.
Yeah, it's that okay. There's some there's some people say they brought diamonds. Some people have brought other fine jewels. Some people have just brought offerings to Mistress. Some people have brought like a casserole. You know what I mean? The dwarven community is now trying to rally around one of the saviors of Silvercrest, and so you've got like dwarven grandma offers this like hot pot up to Smoke, and he's like, "Get away from me with that!" Like,
no, I think I'd be about to do that, and I would reluctantly take it and just keep scowling. I'll put it to the side. It's not that bad.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. Oh, whoa. Okay, I didn't mean to do that way. Did those disappear for you guys or not? Okay, no, that was really weird. Alrighty. Yeah, the dwarves all kind of bring different offerings, and Valzax is like suitably polite, and Smoke is suitably dedicated, and you're kind of working your way around. I would like each of you to roll me a d20. That's Smoke and Jacob.
Not good on the rolls, damn.
What the hell? It's the
bad rolls today.
Broken.
Yeah,
Roll 20 is broken. It's just absolutely fucking hating us.
Yeah. Okay, let me just bear with me 1 second.
Might do my next roll in D&D Beyond and just send the dice across. So broken.
Okay. Jacob,
Yeah.
you receive a translucent green gemstone. You're not sure how much it's worth, but it comes in a little kind of ornate jewelry box of its own. So it's kind of got its own like staging and finery in this kind of like wooden jewelry box that's like gilded with a delicately worked copper. So it doesn't look massively expensive, but it does look special. You know it's not a diamond, but it's unusual enough for you to go, maybe I'll take that to, to the temple and see what it's worth. Maybe give it to Ruby. Bear with me. Smoke. The only stone that he picks up is like an opaque gemstone that's got like black bands in it. It doesn't look particularly valuable, but it's probably the closest to a diamond that you've been able to find. Also, yeah, it's canon now. Smoke gets a hot pot, which is, I'm going to say, like 5 rations.
Okay.
And yeah, that'll be that. Okay. Sorry, just skipping around screens. Let's go back to Mia then.
Yep.
You're going to cast Commune.
Yeah, I would like to spend 10 minutes casting Commune as a ritual, please.
How do you cast Commune in this, your holy sanctum of the Lady of Magic?
Yeah, so normally she kind of lays out like an altar and kind of does it a bit ad hoc on the fly. Oh, some incense. But here I think she would use the official altar, which is there, which always has some incense burning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's morning, so maybe she would light the candles that are there. And she would look over to Galen's body, which I think she could probably still see.
Sure.
And then up at like the big crystal kind of like runs throughout this temple, doesn't it?
Yeah, like in the central column of the tower. It's probably kind of back from the main hall, but it would be easily accessible to you.
Mm-hmm. And in this place, which, although it's new, it already feels very safe, like a haven. Tamir, she closes her eyes and breathes in the incense. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Do you want my questions?
Sorry, you're looking over at Galen's body. Are you sat or on at the altar, or stood? Just
She's standing
yeah.
at the altar, like kind of hands like laid out in front of her.
Okay.
And
Then ask away.
Mistra, the dream that Jacob had last night, did that truly happen?
You extend your hand as if beckoning for Mystra's undivided attention. You feel a warm glow coming from the crystal at your back. You feel that that's an affirmative response.
If we do find a diamond, is it even possible to bring back Galen as he was before he died?
You look towards Galen and try and channel your feeling of him into the question, as if to connect Galen and Mystra. But no such connection can be made in your mind. The crystal behind you feels cold.
I don't know if this will help me, but when he was alive, was there anything we could have done to separate him from Panaku?
I want you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Double crit fail. Fuck. What the fuck?
You don't feel the crystal anymore. It's gone cold. But you get a feeling in your heart that seems to intensify when you look upon Galen. A feeling of betrayal and disdain. It
Okay.
leaves you with a sour taste in your mouth. I'm going to say with that roll, you fucking hate Galen. Like, that's what you're feeling right now. You feel with that roll that he could have come back. He chose not to. He's abandoned CGS. And he's abandoned you.
Okay.
Um,
Um,
yeah, okay, no, carry on. Sorry.
no, it's fine. I'm just going to go shut the door because my housemate's being.
Mm-hmm. The dice just hate Galen.
They
The
do.
dice have decided that Galen needs to go.
This is the last one we will ever speak of his name ever.
Yeah, I literally just, the dice are rubbing salt in the wounds now.
Yep.
Yeah.
My God, like it's what it is. It's what it is.
Ugh.
So for any
Right.
ritual, I'll go and find Jacob and Smoke.
Mm-hmm. Has Smoke got like,
And come back.
they're in the courtyard. I like, has Smoke just got a pour in a hot pot? Like,
Jacob's looking at a pretty rock
mm-hmm.
with the little
I need to
glass thing
talk
that
to you.
comes in his jeweler's tools that he doesn't know how to use.
Yeah, you're like, whoa, this stone's really far away.
Have you got it the wrong way around? Yeah.
Smaller than I thought.
Smoke, I need to talk to. What are you eating?
Oh, don't look at me like that. It's an old lady. She gave it to me.
The
Let's just
dwarves have come.
continue. I'm just going to take those 5 rations off because I'm about to stress eat 5 rations.
Oh, look at me.
You're a pig.
The dwarves have come in their hundreds, Mir. They have brought offerings to Mistra. They have brought food. They have brought gems. They are here for the fallen member of CGS.
Yep, about him.
Oh,
Come with me.
okay. I'll go off.
Drag Smoker's one on.
Smoke is covered in hot pot.
Caleb's like, oh, I was hoping he was going to share that. Okay. Good.
When we're alone, that dream was real. We can't bring him back. His soul is gone.
What are you talking about?
I told you. I saw Galen was judged last night by the gods. And instead of waiting for their judgment, he called upon Paniku to tear down Galenvor.
Don't say that name
Are
anymore.
you counting? Are you counting, Dan? How many times they said it? Just saying.
Shut up, Lucas!
He called his thing to fight the gods. And they struck him down for all eternity. They condemned his last memory would be seeing the disappointment in his parents' eyes.
Stay your tongue. How you speak of your friend like this? Already, just one morning after, you're so hopeless. How the God is going to judge you when you don't try and save your friend?
I spoke to my God, and she said he cannot be saved.
She just needs paying off with diamonds, your God. Like all the rest. It's just coin and riches.
It's interesting coming from you when you left us for such a long time and you've not seen what he's been like.
Amorous became a creature of tentacles and darkness. He summoned black tentacles out of the void to attack his enemies. He reveled in hurting them.
And I wish I'd been here, so none of this would have happened.
Can you all make a perception check for me? Before CGS.
Holy shit, that was awesome. That was so awesome.
Ooh.
Absolute bullshit. Oh my God.
All these crit fails, man. As Jacob feels the pain of Smoke's stinging barbs, Smoke literally looks up like he could not wait to be out of here. And it seems though the window that the sparrow flew out of earlier is still open, and you see another bird fly in. And it's just seemingly frantically flying from wall to wall. It looks panicked.
I'll look up and be like, Druid, is that you?
Make an animal handling check.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
The bird flies in a pattern and then starts to dive bomb you. Just make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
Save. 13.
What would normally be enough, seemingly this time, is not, as the bird hits you with the weight of an anvil that pins you to the ground. You then see that this bird is a black raven.
with purple eyes that lands at Smoke's head. Just take me 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to start singing "Take Me to Church."
Both of you notice Smoke go down, and this raven seemingly is heavy in the middle of his chest, and the raven kind of looks up, tilts its head, and you see a tentacle out of its mouth, just kind of like wind, and it lowers it down towards Smoke.
I'm drawing Frostbrand and I'm striking Amaris.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd like
Roll
to
to
hit
hit.
it with a guiding bolt.
Both of you, roll to hit.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Roll damage, Jacob.
oh, suck.
You're gonna hit Smoke.
Yeah.
So it's 9, 4 of it cold.
Plus the 19 sneak attack
Okay.
because he's engaged with an enemy that's pinned him on top of him.
Oh my god!
So
Just
24 slashing and 4 cold damage.
stab him in the spleen or so. Oh my god!
Just as the Frostbrand scimitar comes down and just misses the bird, it gets blasted by a guiding bolt. For damage, accurate, straight at the raven, that it explodes in a plume of black feathers. But the feathers just keep going and going until they coalesce into black tentacles that start to spread out of this corner of the room like an urchin that's growing before your very eyes.
In the Temple of Mistra.
Hey, Anath, to me!
You all hear. The dream was real. I was there. Oranak is dead. Galen is dead.
So I hate to cut off a monologue, but can I throw the flame tongue at this corner of the room where this creature is? As soon as he speaks the words Koronak and Galen.
Yeah.
It's just the same kind of attack roll if I'm throwing it, right?
Roll to hit.
19.
You carve through a raft of feathers with your flame tongue longsword, and it sets some of them on fire, but then the feathers from wherever they're operating from just carry on. It's like you're just cutting through something that just grows back.
It's close. We're still close to it. Okay.
Yeah, it's
I thought it was
more or less
away in the room. Right. Okay. Yeah.
Soon your gods will be dead, and you will all kneel before the might of Panaku.
What do you want to do? One last thing.
Another guiding bolt.
The only objection Smoke has to everything they just said was, "I don't kneel," and I'll take another. Don't even disagree with the rest of what he just said, but
Yeah, roll to hit, both of you.
Jacob would also like to try and hit. Oh!
Just waiting on Jacob.
would I? Is this a full action? Would I have my multi attack?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, it's a full action. Jacob could get advantage. Oh, wow.
Second one's missed.
Oh my gosh.
So
have.
it was a 19 for Jacob with his... In fact,
That's
with
8
his
failed.
steady
Crit,
aim.
crit fail.
I get
Sorry.
3 attacks now.
Not 9
you do.
because
And I get 2.
You wouldn't get your steady aim because you've ran
Alright.
towards.
Well, I
the,
get 2
raven.
attacks anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I critted on
nice.
that second one anyway. I'd probably fumble the last one or whatever.
Yeah. You are all attacking what seem to be mysteriously operating tentacles bound to Panaku's voice. But as you cut and slash and throw Mistress Might around in her temple, the feathers and tentacles just explode into blackness and then apparate into kind of a black mist. It seems as though Panaku knows where Mistra lives now. And he certainly knows where Kellenvor lives now. And maybe his reach is as far as Galen hoped it would be. But you managed to dissuade his influence and banish him from Mistress Sanctum, at least temporarily. And you're left there once again alone with Galen's body. Smoke. I don't know how you'd feel, but maybe this incursion was more convincing than your friends.
Still in denial. To answer your question.
Yeah.
He knows it. He knew it from the beginning. He was afraid because he couldn't remember his dream. And when everyone else started talking about it, he knew that it was true, and he's trying his hardest to deny it.
He's in denial. Yeah.
What was it called? Dan backfire effect? Is that...
Yeah. There's more evidence. No. Yeah. With that, the doors fling open, and Valzax with his trident, and Caleb with a great sword, and Ruby Rolmuri with just a bagload of stuff like. Valzax, is everything okay? Jacob, we heard you call.
There was an incursion, something dark of tentacles.
Oh, in Mistress Sanctum?
Yes.
Impossible. Where is it? Search the temple. Caleb, go! And just a whole contingent. KMF start coming out of every door and just sweeping the place.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Ruby Rolmuri's just stood there, holding all of her things. Is everything okay?
I don't think. I'm trying to think when things have been worse, Ruby, but I can't think of an occasion right now.
Oh, well,
Galen is dead.
Oh, the young gnome visited my shop on a few occasions.
Yeah, he's dead, and I don't think he can come back.
No, I'm sorry, Ruby. I'm afraid that we've all him. I don't think we need your help anymore.
We wanted a diamond to bring him back, but
I'll interject at the objections of Ruby's help, and just be like, "We need you to test for diamonds. We need a diamond with the value of at least 500 gold.
It's
you
over.
can. It's not over. Why won't you try?" Start to yell out. Shrug Jacob back.
You saw what was in here. What if we tried to bring him back? I don't know what it could bring through.
That was what Galen was summoning. Galen was bringing those things out on his own.
Frankly, I want his body out of this temple.
That wasn't him.
I don't think he's been him for months, Smoke. I think you know this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I slip back into my native Dwarvish when I get nervous. Is there... There's no use for this thing then? And she pulls out a diamond.
Yes. We can try. We can still try.
Where did you get that ruby?
Would you believe it was my mother's?
We can't hear you. Gareth.
I'm not. I'm no. I'm swearing under my breath at Dan.
I will take out
I wouldn't. Go on, sorry.
the 5,000 gold, which I assume is collected together in platinum because that's a fucking rucksack full of gold. But you know, for narrative purposes, yeah, like what, you know, I hand her the payment and I walk over with the diamond to Galen's body, not knowing what to do with it.
She offers it up reluctantly, and then when you kind of shove her a sack full of platinum, she looks like mournful and forlorn.
I don't think we should take it. Smoke, I will not perform that ceremony on Galen.
I just try and put it on his chest, and I put my hand on it, and I don't know what to do. After a while, we never left you behind. None of us. In the water plane, or on the battlefield, where I saw you cornered by fiends. You were willing to fight against them then. But now you're intimidated, scared. You will let them take your friend away. Why won't you help?
He's already gone.
If we bring him back, if we bring something back, it's not going to be him, Smoke. It may look like him and it may talk like him, it may wear his skin, but it will not be him. He's gone.
I'm so sorry.
He summoned that thing that we just fought, that just pinned you to the ground. He summoned that in the temple of Kelemvor against Our Lady Mystra. He messed with powers beyond his ken, and they destroyed him. You have to see it. I want him back. I promised that I would help him find his mum and dad. I now know their names, but I can't take him to see them. I can tell his story to them, but it is over.
I think Smoke starts to like let out a couple of tears. And he just says more quietly, like, these gods and these demons, they get to decide whether we go or come back. They're the ones stray us from our path and make us lost. I'll just clatter the diamond on the floor as if it was like a useless piece of trash. And I'll just sit in front of Galen's body.
As you sit there, contemplating finally the reality of your lost companion, who you met all those months ago in the Brassthorn Inn outside Maloon. You hear a clattering interruption. Master, I found those 2 items that I lost.
Timing is not your forte, Sunshine.
I'll
I searched all night for them. I had to
I had to convince two very, very large men that they belonged to Smoking Mirror, the great CGS fighter, savior of Silvercrest, but, they kept it from me all night. I finally got it, though. And he hands you the Mirror Light shield and the Corpse Slayer sword.
I'll take the shield and sword, and I'll put my hands on his shoulder. I'll say, "You're a good friend, Sunshine. You never gave up, did you?" And then I will walk to the exit and just let the sword and shield like clatter onto the ground by the entrance, and I'll just sit on the steps. And smoke just wanders out. Not wanders. He lets his eyes wander out.
Mia, I think you're right. I think we need to do something with his body. A pyre out on the square. Celebrate the lives he saved, the good he did, rather than what he was twisted into.
Yeah. A hero send off for the hero that he
Was.
once was.
Exactly. There's only one thing I would have of his and to remember is the necklace. I want to take it and give it back to his parents if we find them. But that is for him. That is to remember and to keep him with us, what he was. But I think everything else is
You
too.
looting the body.
No, I literally do not want us to take anything else other than his memento of his parents to give back to his parents. Everything else is
Just for clarity's sake, the Codex, the Bloodbinder, and the Cubic Gate were all removed last session.
Yes, they were.
But you don't want to look for anything else? Well, we can sign Galen's character sheet to history.
I don't know. I mean, as a player, I want to look for the letter. As a player, I want to look for the letter, but I don't think Jackal would be thinking of the letter at this point.
Could we please just serendipitously find it? Like,
Well, I'm not sure it would necessarily be in the Chronosatchel. It might. Would it? Lucas, where would it be?
I am not sure. No, probably just the regular backpack. Chrono Satchel was for like special things, like the
Sure.
Codex or the
Then, if Jacob and Mia wish to prepare Galen's body to be put on a pyre, then I will allow them to make an investigation check and just see what of his valuables they find.
Is that an investigation check each?
Yeah.
Or someone with advantage? Okay.
Mia, you just don't
You
want to
hate me so much.
Yeah, you don't want to touch him.
Yeah. Fair. I wanted to return the diamond to Ruby.
Yeah, she's stood there still.
I'll give her 100 gold for her trouble and apologise for wasting her time and tell her to look after her mother's diamond.
You know, I'm sorry that you weren't able to put it to good use. It's just a dusty old rock after all. Are you sure there's nothing I can do while I'm here?
I don't think so.
Do you know what this is?
Come here, Sonny.
I handed the gem.
Funny.
She puts her own jewelry kit, like lens in her eye, and she takes a quick lunge and she places it between two pincers and rotates it. This is a chrysoprase. These are quite rare, hence the fancy case, I guess. It's not worth a lot, maybe about 50 gold pieces. However, it is a main component of a special potion. If you grind it down and mix it with the right chemicals, it could grant you a special power.
Wow.
It depends on the hue of the chrysoprase, on what power is granted, but I'm just going to make an intelligence check for her. Bear with me. It's a +4 to this. You take it to somebody who knows what they're doing. They could get you a potion or two of invisibility out of this.
Useful.
Aye. Very. But it's raw in its current form.
So we need it to be rendered and used and beyond my ken, but somebody may be able to do it.
Oh, indeed. There's a Dragonborn in the West Ward. She's an alchemist.
Right.
Anyway.
Thank you for running to our aid, Ruby.
She clears her throat and takes a diamond back and takes 100 gold pieces and looks around. Well, it'd be lovely to see you all next time you're able to visit Hearthcast. I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful today, but you know where to come if you need jewellery or fineries.
If you wish to say your own goodbyes to Galen, I think tonight, the square sunset would be a good time. Mia, do you agree?
Fine.
I'm sure, well, judging by his popularity, there'll be a strong showing from the Dwarves of Hearthcast tonight. I dare say there might be an after party at the Ironbeard Inn. Be well, and may your day bring you more fortune than I was able to bring you earlier. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Ruby.
Thank you.
Smoke and Sunny sit on the steps outside the temple.
Jacob is trying not to cry.
What do you think, Smoking Mirror? All these talks of gods of this, gods of that. Why doesn't everybody just turn toward Kashindi?
Sonny, I don't know.
But you're Smoking Mirror. You're a great hero, noble warrior. What have the wisdom of all your victories brought you?
Nobility and warring doesn't bring you much home worth remembering. It was the memories and the experiences you have with people that matter. How you treat them, whether or not you'll stand by them, like you'll stand by your brothers and sisters as you grow older.
The bonds built by the clans are unbreakable. It seems that humans
elves, dwarves, they're a lot more fickle than us Tabaxi.
It's not how they'd see it. They always think of us uncivilized and savage. We were here before they came, but to the most of them, we are something less. Look around you. This is all they covet. These great towers and pretty lights and paved roads. But I suppose some people among them are connected by more than just the roads. There are families too. I think they need our help to see how to be together, to stand by one another, like Alan stood by me.
Very well. I will do everything I can to lead by that example as well, Smoking Mirror. By your example. But some of the dwarves are saying there might be a big party in the Ironbeard Inn tonight. What do you think about that?
You'll make a lot of friends, Sunshine. Oh, I'll pat him on the back. And I'll, after talking it out a little bit, I'll walk back inside the temple.
You want me to go and get us a table? I mean, we're about 13 hours early, I think.
You go and enjoy. Drink one for me. And for Galen too.
And whatever you do, do not sing.
He runs off in the direction of Halfcast.
I'll go up beside Mir and be like, I'm sorry.
Me too.
I'm sorry I wasn't there when you and Galen needed me. When we needed each other. But we're here
You
now.
had to do what you had to do. Mhm. Smoke, I really think we should sting up that got to Galen.
We should repeat that last bit. You broke up a bit.
I really think we should fuck this thing up that got to Galen.
I'll die trying. You know, these beings we're like playthings to them. He was one of the most powerful among us. Look what it did to him.
I'm sorry that I threw it back in your face that you weren't here. I didn't mean it.
I know.
You came back, Smoke. In the battle. You brought an army, a literal army. To fight the gnolls and the creatures that come through portals from Avernus. You were there when it counted. We all have our own paths.
You know, I'd rather keep a friend than gain an army. Suppose these are the cards we dealt, huh?
All we can do is play the hand we have.
With that, I'd like you all to make a perception check. Jacob,
Jesus.
you think you just saw Galen's body move.
Guys, Galen's body. Something moved.
As you turn towards Galen's body, a black tentacle comes out of his mouth. Just a little one. And different points of his body, unnatural points in his body, begin to lift up. As he is hoisted to his knees. I would like you. Well, I'm using the library map because I don't have a Mistress Temple map. But what I'm going to do is ask you all, including Galen. Hold on.
Don't say it.
What the fuck?
You are an evil, evil man, Jacob.
As if it couldn't feel any worse.
I don't want you to hate me. I want you to hate Panaki. You can just adjust your tokens. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's just me in darkness, so that's normal, right?
Hello,
That's weird. The dynamic lighting has changed since I have. Hold on. Dynamic lighting is on. Bucket, daylight mode, brightness. What about that?
No.
All right, hold on. Oh, it's because you don't have vision. Save. Vision. Save. Mia, can you see anything?
Yes, now I can.
I can too.
Can you all see shit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah, roll initiative. Make sure your token is up to date as well, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Another crit fail. Another crit fail.
The rolls on this session's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
now I'm rolling good.
Your new character, Lucas, is going to be like 20, 20, 20. The law of averages is going to... You're going to come in with a bang.
Hope so.
Oh, this is not the right music. Look at the music tracks with the most badass names got, like... Yeah, that's better. Yeah, so everyone's HP is okay?
Yeah.
Okay is not the word I'd use, but it is correct.
Yeah, so rising off the altar in this immutable form, Galen trudges towards you, Mir, in your own temple, no less.
Too
6
much
level
for
spell.
Mir.
My god.
This is too much for Mir, I bet.
What's the biggest gun you've got,
Yeah.
Kirsty?
The biggest gun I've got from this distance. It's nah, I think I'm not going to use a massive gun yet. I think I'm going to cast hold person on him. Make him stop in his tracks.
So do I just roll normal from?
Yeah.
Gallin, you have 3 legendary resistances you can use.
Okay, well, let me just roll it first because I've got advantage for wisdom saving throws. So yeah, let's do it. Let's use one.
Okay, so you extend Mistra's will towards this creature. However, he seems to break Mistra's grip and keep coming towards you. Is that the end of your turn, Mia?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Then Pseudo Gallin, what are you doing?
Do I just have the same spells I had, or?
Yep.
Okay.
You can have any spell you want prepared, as long as it's in your arsenal.
Okay. But not the codex and.
No.
Okay. No worries. Sure. I'll move a little bit. This way.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm walking, I extend my hands towards Mir,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm casting a mental prison on her.
Oh God. Is that a save she has to make?
It is an intelligence save, yeah.
Just chuck mental prison.
Yeah, 1 second. Oh crap. Yeah, it's a DC 17 intelligence save.
Okay. Well, hopefully she'll make that save when she comes back. Describe it for me. How is he casting it? Like this weird form.
I think it just basically extends his hand, and his hand transforms into a tentacle, bursts forward, and it kind of keeps going, almost like thinning and like being just almost like a needle. And by the time it reaches her forehead to touch it, it's just like a needle, just like boop.
Like the T-1000 from Terminator 2 in the coffee cup scene.
Kind of like that, yeah. Yep.
Why is it fucking so blurry? Hey, Mia.
Do intelligence check.
Intelligence save.
So
What's the DC?
it's 17. So she
Okay,
fails.
so roll damage.
So she takes 28 psychic damage, and she sees herself surrounded by black tentacles
Mm-hmm.
that basically have like blades and stuff on it.
Mm-hmm. She can't see or hear anything beyond it, and is restrained for the spell's duration. So you're restrained, and you can't perceive anything around you, Mia. And also take 28 damage.
Done.
And if she moves through it, because she can decide to just move out of it, then she takes 10d10 damage.
Ah! Okay. End of your turn?
This thing never worked. I tried it like 4 times on your monsters. It never worked. Oh fuck.
You got time to use it now.
No, I'm gonna use my bonus action to create a black tentacle next to. How far can I throw this? Within 60 feet of me. So it'll literally be just in front of Jacob. And I will attack him with that tentacle. For I think that's gonna miss.
Yeah. That will miss. This tentacle, Jacob, that rises up in front of you, you recognize it from a similar looking tentacle to the ones that you were attacking in Stormcradle. Anything else you're doing, Galen?
No,
Does it have HP? Is it that spectral, that tentacle?
it's spectral. Yeah, it can't be attacked.
Cool. All right. End of your turn.
Mhm.
Smoke.
I know we normally use a bonus action to drink a potion, but I was just planning on using my full action if that's okay, and then so I can still use my second wind. Or does it have to be a bonus action?
Oh no, yeah, you can use it as an action if you want.
I will just do that. So yeah, potion. I have one in here, and a plain one. Come on. Okay, I'll say that.
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Why are you hurt? I don't remember you being.
Jacob sneak attacked him.
Oh shit!
Yeah, Amorous coming in. Yeah.
Oh shit! That doesn't fucking help you guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, I've got a greater as well, but I can save that for later. Bonus is the second wind. Let's. All right. So, and then I'll action surge, and I'll activate the glaive, the awakened glaive of the coasts. And for the moment, I'm not going to run in and start attacking everything. I'm going to just sort of stand. I can see that he's done something towards me, so I'm going to interpose myself between them. Yeah.
Okay, end of your turn.
Yep.
Jacob, this weird spectral tentacle is writhing and cracking in front of you. I can't hit you currently.
Sorry. Have I still got a clear shot at Galen?
Spectral tentacle writhing in front of you, I would say not.
Okay.
Unless
Right,
you
well,
move.
I will step here.
Okay.
So then I can see him.
Mm-hmm.
I will fire my Game Hunter's longbow at him. Which is going to be 16 to hit. Does that hit you, Lucas?
This magical attack.
It's a bow. It's an arrow.
All right.
Is
Yeah.
no, it's the Game Hunter's longbow makes it a magical attack.
Oh, it is
doesn't
magical, yeah.
Then it misses.
Wow. So I'm going to go try to hit him again with it. 22.
Yep.
That'll hit.
Yep.
I'd like you to make a DC 15 athletics check, please.
DC 15 athletics check.
Why is this? Just clarify.
Check.
Jetting arrow.
So
Is
that's
that
not
only against beast?
No, any creature, any large or smaller creature.
so
Okay.
that's not a saving throw.
It's a DC 15 athletics skill. No, it just hits you. No, you are restrained. There's no saving throw. You can make a DC 15 check on your turn.
Just chuck the item in there.
Yeah.
Why have you barely used this?
It's such a good thing.
Every time I've tried to use it, it's missed.
Well, yeah. So this net encapsulates Galen, and he's restrained.
Yeah.
Anything else you're doing?
If I act in surge, I get another 2 shots, don't I?
Yes, you do.
I'm going to action surge and get another 2 shots. I've now got advantage on the shots.
Mm-hmm.
27 to hit
Mm-hmm.
for 23 damage.
Nice.
And crit.
Oh,
Holy
Double crit.
fuck. It's good thing you don't have sneak on this one. That would have been very
No,
bad.
because that would have killed you.
Yep.
But it's another 12 damage.
Jesus.
Damn it.
Good job, man.
If I'd have got them in the other order, that would have took you out.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
But would
And
have.
you
Yeah.
turn?
Is there any sort of concentration check you have to make for the spell on Mir, Galen?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Give me a sec.
Because you've took 23 damage, so that's a DC 11 check, is it?
Yeah, unfortunately, got advantage on that one. I took damage twice, right? So DC 11, and then the other one will be
DC
DC
10.
10. Okay, so one pass, and the other one is a pass too.
Fair enough.
Okay.
How come it's
So
Yeah.
your mental
advantage?
prison is maintained.
I've got
It-
advantage because I one of the things I took as a warlock is a
Warcaster.
It's kind of like Warcaster, but it's a bit of a. It's one of the Eldritch things for a Warlock.
Mhm.
Just gives me advantage on the. Gave me advantage when I was alive. For this last standoff, I am so sorry. That was not my idea. From
End of Jacob's go. Is he staying there or?
He will move slightly closer, so yeah, he will move to about here.
Okay. Well then, Mia. Yeah, all you can see around you is this hideous maw of black, razored tentacles. Yeah. What do you do?
I'm restrained. Can I cast a spell that has verbal and somatic?
no, not
No.
if it has somatic, but if it's just verbal. Then yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The restrained condition doesn't say anything about it, though.
Let's make a roll.
Pretty sure there was something about that, but
It just means you can't move.
yeah.
Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage.
Which kind of suggests you can still have a go at it, but
Well, we've
Yeah.
been ruling that if you're grappled, you can still wave a hand around.
I don't want a lawyer, so if that's the rule, then that's the rule.
Oh, you lawyer far less than most people.
I don't think there's anything in the roll. Just looking at the.
Yeah. What
It's gonna
in
be
that?
Dan's decision.
Yeah. What spell do you want to cast?
It's romantic.
Ooh. Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know the level that this spell was cast, do I?
Nope.
So I'll cast it at 3rd level, and then I don't know. I'm not sure I quite I'm not quite sure I quite understand what exactly I have to roll.
You have to make.
It's a DC 16 wisdom check for you.
Right. Okay. So it was a 6th level spell.
Mhm.
Okay.
Wah.
I was rooting for you.
Yeah, sure you were. Evil Galen.
I said goodbye to him.
Evil Galen.
I'm not doing this.
I yeah, fuck you as well. In that case,
You're literally
I don't
above
think.
Lucas in my Discord window, so that was brilliant.
Yeah. I don't think I can do anything else. I take it there's no check I make to try and shake this off.
Let me double check.
Doesn't seem to be
I
one.
don't think there is one.
There isn't. No.
No,
It's a minute
no.
or
The
until
cleric is nullified.
That's
Anything
it.
else you can do then? Okay, you're in a mental prison. Mental. Gallon.
Yep. Galen is or Galen question mark.
restrained.
Galen question mark is restrained. That's right. Is there anything I could cast to get out of this? There would be, but then that would drop the mental prison, which is the only thing possibly still giving me a slight chance here. So
Just make a. No, in fact, you're not even you, so I can't make you to. It's fine.
yeah. Um, I mean, technically, if I don't get out of this, they're just gonna kick the shit out of me anyway. In the next round. So I will cast another concentration spell.
Mm-hmm. Mental prison is dropped as you cast.
This.
Where are you teleporting to?
I think is there a place I could teleport that is maybe above, like on the beam?
Yeah, well, yeah,
Or
we can say just the map exists as it is. So, like, these are above,
Alchemist.
balconies, yeah, whatever they are.
okay. So I will go here.
Mm-hmm.
That was a bonus action. And
I will say, being a small creature above them on a balcony with that banister, I'm going to give you half cover up there.
Sure.
Kirsty is not impressed with that.
She's not impressed with that, but she's gonna get hit with Eldritch Blast now. So 1, 2, 3.
Hey, what's your AC there, Mia?
28.
The one hit
It's
then.
18. Two of them hit me.
There you go. 15 force damage.
Furious.
Is she not in a mental prison anymore?
Yeah.
I think this entire session is a mental prison for me. Like,
This is the
We all
title.
had
Of,
little
is this the
puppets.
title? Is this our title of the episode?
mental
Mental
prison. I
Mental
think it obviously has to be.
I think it is. I think it might be. That's it. That's the end of my go.
Okay. Smoke. You just saw Gallon disappear, and a net that Jack of Fire just remains where he was.
Shit, look around. Can I? I'm not even sure if this is how it works, but can I strike at this tentacle?
You can try.
I shall. No.
As you swing the glaive, it just seems to go through the tentacle,
Shit.
but the form is undisturbed.
You said he's got half cover, but he's not. So I can see that he's up there.
Yeah. It's just not very clear. He's a small gnome behind a banister.
Okay, I'll use one of my attacks up on the thing. Doesn't look like that's working. I'm hella fast and I'm climbing, so is it much of an objective to go up here? Can I climb up the...
You have a climb speed, you're fine.
I'm hasted like crazy and all that kind of stuff as well, so...
Yeah.
I guess I'll run up here and face like kind of a dilemma where like I'm not stupid. I know that he's taken by a horrible beast, but at this emotional moment, it's going to be hard at least the first time to try and. I don't know, or whether I will even try it or not. Maybe there's some. Do you have a suggestion, Jan? What would be like a personality or skill thing I should use to see if I'm strong-willed enough to just attack?
It would be either a wisdom saving throw or an insight check, whichever you want.
Okay. Yeah, it's all the same.
Perhaps give you disadvantage. I think that's
okay.
The way you described it.
Yeah,
that make it more dramatic.
Let's roll it. Yeah, fail.
As you approach Galen, drawing your sword, he seems like the innocent friend you've just mourned the loss of.
Yeah. I managed to step maybe 5 feet more forward and I'll stay there. But I've got the extra action from being hasted, so I'll just use dodge.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
All right. Jacob.
I have no such qualms. I know it's not Galen, and he's attacked me with this tentacle thing. So I'm going to turn. I can see him on the balcony.
Mm-hmm.
So I've not moved. So I'm going to use my steady aim feature.
Mm-hmm.
Give myself advantage on the shot. For a crit.
Nice.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be it.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
56 damage. Yeah.
Yeah. I've only had 32 left.
Is it not 35 damage?
No, it's double sneak dice as well.
No, but that's included so it's a 15 slashing and the crit is 20.
No, the crit is 15. The sneak attack is 35, and the piercing damage from the standard attack is 21. It's all of
Yeah.
He rolled really well as well on these die as well.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
is
Yeah.
all
Loads
of
of sixes and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Shit.
So describe it for me. How do you slay the body of your...
Dead corpse of my best friend and shield brother. Yeah. Like, knowing that it isn't Galen anymore, knowing clearly, remembering the meeting, the trial last night, Jackal draws the bow, taking a breath, knowing that it's not Galen. As much as it looks like Galen, it's not Galen. And looses, and it just straight between two of the banisters rails, straight through the heart.
As the arrow comes through the banisters and pierces his gnomish body, a crack starts to form over his body, and his body just like splits open, and you see like writhing tentacles as connective tissue. Hold on 1 second. Bear with me.
That's like 90% of Galen's HP in one shot.
It is. I'm trying to message
Me.
I'm back in 2
Lucas.
seconds.
And Lucas.
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
What will you give me to kill them now?
Uh, bear with me. Gallin, hold on. Hold on.
What the fuck?
Dan is having so much fun today.
It's fucking horrendous.
It is. You are an evil man, and you need to go see a psychologist, psychiatrist. That's
I
what
saw one in the mirror earlier. He said I'm fine.
You want to mess with your friends' heads? Yeah, that's normal. Oh my god, what the fuck is this thing? Oh,
Oh no.
I like it.
I hope Smoke has no qualms about attacking this thing.
Hold on. I seem to have lost my call. Hold on. Ah. There we go. So yeah, as Galen's body crumbles, the tentacles and teeth seem to just like fall open, and now this creature that has been born out of Galen's corrupted body, like gnashes and snarls. This is definitely not Galen anymore. But is that the end of your go, Jacob?
I've got another shot.
Okay.
But that will probably miss with half cover. I don't know if it
Yep.
has half cover. Yeah.
Okay. Now it's go. Did you get the message I sent you, Lucas?
On Discord, I did find. Just check. Yeah. I found him in D&D Beyond.
Okay.
Just,
So you should be able to
yeah.
use
Yeah.
that stat block.
Yep.
I've assigned you the control over the token.
Yep. Just reading. Is there enough? Okay. I'm not in melee with Smoke, right? Because
Correct.
you stood.
He stopped. Yeah.
So, and I'm not affected by any of the spells like that were
Yeah.
cast
You
before.
correct. Yeah.
Okay. And I safely jump down.
With that creature can, yeah, sure.
So I'll go down and then use a earth glide to get to Jacob.
This creature still is this tentacle still here as well, or is that gone now?
Probably not.
Unfortunately, Lucas, it only works on unworked earth and stone, and in the temple
okay,
it is worked.
Okay.
You could get up to me though. I'm going to say.
Yeah, because it's got 20 feet. Well, yeah, sure.
Mhm.
No, let's do that. Make a multi attack. So claw. For 5 slashing, another claw. Not
And a miss.
Doesn't hit.
doesn't hit, and then the bite is gonna miss as well. That's it. I love that one of its abilities is treasure sense. It can pinpoint the location of precious metals, stones such as coins and gems within 60 feet of it.
Where's those 5,000 gold pieces? I'm going to say.
As far as I know, Ruby's got them. So
That is
Oh
true.
no, I'm going to say they're in a haversack that's here.
Right.
He knows where they are. Okay. Mia, this horrible creature that used to be Galen is now descended upon you and slashing at you with its claws and its teeth.
Oh, cool. I'm going to use my mana storm
Ooh.
Yeah,
to
that sounds
summon
awesome.
Polonius and tell him I need him.
Okay.
So that's an action.
Hold on 1 second.
To command him.
Been weird. Hold on, it's been really weird.
Yeah,
Aha!
it's a water weird.
Not anymore.
No.
Mm-mm.
It was magically upgraded by the thing.
So where do you summon him?
Here,
Here?
the other side. Yeah.
Just
And then I believe I
FYI,
use-
folks, this is what he looks like now. Can I show him? I'm not sure. We'll deal with it. Hold on. Why is this not working? It doesn't matter. Carry on.
And then I use my bonus action to tell him what to do.
Yeah.
And that is going to be fucking attack that thing.
Yeah. Do you have the stat block in your extras tab that you can roll?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna multi-attack. So first, he's going to slam this creature.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
You
AC.
need. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it hits.
That's. Oh, is that damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
What-
17 damage.
What is it? What type is it? Because he's got some resistance.
Force.
Oh yeah, no. So he takes full of that. Great. 17.
And then I'm going to do it again.
A shemish.
The mush. And that's Polonius's turn. I believe.
Yeah. So you see this like cloud of arcane energy just apparate into a humanoid figure and pick up this sword and slam it down with impossible strength. Anything else you're doing, Mia?
With that second slam, it's not at advantage because of flanking, is it?
Oh, can you use the Mana Stone ring to flank against the Zorn? Sure. Yeah. Why not?
Shall I roll it again?
Yeah.
Just to see.
Still a miss, I think.
So close.
Still a miss. That's fine. Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Smoke. You stopped and halted because you thought you were fighting Galen. It turns out from Jacob's arrow, it's not Galen.
yeah, with a kind of frustrated roar, I will throw all caution to the wind and jump over the railing and run towards the creature.
Mhm.
I guess maybe there like that. And it's just glaive attacks now because I'm awakened the whole thing, right?
You see Smokes just
Holy
becomes
shit.
the storm.
You got it.
Yeah.
That's
You got
one.
it.
I'm just gonna keep going. There's nothing else to attack.
All hit.
So we got 3 damage. Oh, why did the first one do like that and then the second?
Yeah, it's weird.
The first one didn't roll.
Okay, there we go.
damage,
So you got 13, 6, 15.
How much is that in
34.
total?
34.
Yeah, 34.
It's fucked up.
And then I have the action from hasted can only be used to take the attack one weapon attack only. So I think it's just one more.
Mhm. Yeah.
That one miss.
Whiff.
Yeah, I'm there just.
Okay. Jacob.
I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
Mhm.
Flank opposite smoke.
Mhm. You guys are
And,
piling on.
yep. And I'm going to attack with the Frostbrand. And I'm with flanking. 26 to hit. So 17 slashing. It's a magical weapon, I believe. Because it's Frostbrand and
hits.
2 cold.
Yeah.
And 2 cold.
Yeah, 19.
So that's second. And then second attack. 11 is going to miss.
It is. Fucking 3 hit points left.
What?
3 hit points left.
Anything else you're doing?
Is there anything else I can do? Oh yeah, I can use my feet to swap and draw another weapon. Throw my shield on my back and draw another thing.
What? Wait. Oh, sorry. You
use my
threw me off because you
dual-wielding
said you were
feet.
using your feet. I don't. Sorry. It's
No,
like
my feet.
you
I'll put
kick
my
the shield
shield on my back
Yeah,
with
I
my
was
own
like,
feet.
what?
Yeah, so I can actually.
So what feat is this?
It's the dual wielder feat that I had to take. When it would normally not let me, I can swap weapons and think. When it would normally take an action to do, I can do it as a free action.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can just basically drop my shield and draw my other sword and hit him with that as well.
Hold
And
on.
use my bonus action to hit him with that.
Hold on.
If you require me to throw my shield to the floor to do this, that's fine.
Because you can draw or stow one-handed weapons when you would normally only be able to draw or stow only. Oh, sorry. You can draw or stow 2 one-handed weapons when you would normally only be able to draw or stow 1.
So I can stow my shield and draw my sword.
No, that's if you could draw your sword, you can draw 2 or store
okay.
2. You can't attack, throw away, pick something up, attack again. You pull them out or put them both away.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
And then there's nothing else I can
Fine. It's fine.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna beat Mir. It's okay.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Mhm.
Okay.
do.
So let's do it. He's gonna the last thrashing of the tentacles. Gonna make 3 attacks on Mir. Yeah, done. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
What the fuck?
2 hits then.
Right. So you get hit for 10, and then 14.
24.
Jesus.
That's it. That's it. That thing is probably done.
May this creature lashes out at you. It seems intent on destroying you in particular in the house that you built. However, the time for Mia to cast her own judgment is now. What does she do?
Mir makes the wise judgment to try and melt it. She reaches out.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh God. I can't believe this. Does she touch Jacob by accident?
You do have advantage because you're flanking.
Oh, that's right. So it's a hit.
20, so it's 27 necrotic damage.
It's a hit.
So describe, using this touch spell, how Mia eradicates this being from existence.
So it's like a tentacled
Yeah.
creature.
So it's like Galen's body, split almost like in half to the navel, with teeth connected by tentacles and extended claws and tentacles where his arms were. It's truly horrific.
Oh, she's so filled with rage and disgust that she's like, it feels like she's going to vomit.
Mm-hmm.
And she's hurt. She just like twists her fingers into the tentacles in like an attempt to send like a surge of this pink necrotic energy into it.
Yeah. And kind of like when the thing gets set on fire and it's like tries to get away and split itself in half, it lets out this horrendous screech, and it can't escape the necrotic damage as Polonius steps forward and mimics your actions to accelerate the arcane damage until this Zorn creature is nothing but a smouldering mess of goop on the floor. And we will come out of initiative there. There's a vile, putrid smell that wafts over all of you as you stand above the corrupted corpse of Galen Romweaver.
Just
Yep.
fall into his knees at the culmination of Galen being turned by this thing and then not being there to save him, and then being there to save him and letting him die, and then watching him die again in a dream, and then watching him die again now. Just drop to his knees and just let out a bellowing, almighty roar of frustration.
I think we're going to need 3 more months of downtime to get over it, aren't we?
You're gonna need a group fucking therapy after this.
I just wanted to include you, Lucas. That's all. When you sat there all night.
Thank you. I mean, thanks.
We're letting you castrate yourself if it's your penknife.
I don't think I think you're creating a new character, Lucas. I don't think Galen's coming back after this.
No, it's done.
Jacob will look over at me and like, you okay?
Maybe I'm now. Okay.
Maybe.
We need to clean this up. I need it out of here.
Yeah. What happened to Galen's stuff? Like the Chrono Satchel, could we just stuff the thing in it and then go ritually burn it somewhere?
Mir, you receive a telepathic communication from the sparkly humanoid stood opposite you. My lady, please allow me to assist. And he just bends down and touches the goo, and it all turns pink and then vanishes in like pink sparkles.
Sorry, what was it that he said? I completely lost you then.
He said, my lady, allow me to assist you.
Oh.
And he kneels down and just touches the Zorn goo on the floor, and it glows pink before just evaporating.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I be of any further assistance?
I don't think so. Thank you for your help.
You'll always have me. And he shrinks and then goes back into your ring.
We'll have to cancel that ceremony this evening.
We can still drink in his honor. We could. I mean, so burn an effigy, sort of wrap something in cloth and burn that for the people to give them closure.
We cannot even give him the funeral rites of a warrior. This creature has taken everything! Roar.
No! Panaku!
Yeah, Panaku!
Shall we end? We can end the session there if you want, guys. Don't want you kind of scrambling around in grief anymore that you have to. I
You
promise.
mean you're going to extend the grief to a third session?
We can say that you
Maybe fast forward a bit. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it was a lot.
yeah,
The
you
next
know,
one.
we can talk about burning an effigy, and you know, you've all had the role play time to grieve for Gallon, and actually, I thought it was excellent. Gareth, I'm not trying to patronise you when I say it was some of your best role playing I've ever seen. So I'm going to give you all trauma inspiration that I've invoked upon you.
I was gonna mention that I don't know how what do you think, but like I felt like as role players we leveled up today.
Yeah.
Just felt like next level.
Yeah.
It
It
was.
was ace. There was actual tears. There was I could not. That moment when Gallin rolled that persuasion check to Panaku after invoking him to kill the god of death and goddess of magic, I genuinely I couldn't breathe for a second because I was like, if this comes off, like the entire world is fucked. Like in like the best possible way. Gallin would be the ultimate BBEG at that point. I think either way, Lucas, you would have sacrificed him to me. Do you know what I mean? I don't think you could have played him anymore at that point.
Yes. Yeah, no, I knew it. There was just like a few options that would actually allow me to keep playing him and sort
they
of
were
not.
all quite unlikely at that point, weren't they?
Exactly, and that and the roles decided, and it was freaking brilliant. I came in to this with zero expectations. I just said like whatever. I'm just gonna play in the moment what I feel as Gallin in the moment, and it just felt just good. I don't know, even though it's sad and there's emotional baggage. There's a lot of it, like just processing everything that happened. It's gonna take.
After having him taken from you in such a dramatic way, which was also very much dictated by the roles last week, this just felt like us kind of colouring in the picture around Gallin's story, and you know, I felt it was much more satisfying than scrambling around for a diamond in Silvercrest. You know what I mean? Like, it felt like the epic capstone on Gallin's story, even though it was, you know, an evil one. Do you know what I mean?
It's just gonna be
I'm not
this.
sure if any of us expected when we left that tavern in Maloon so many.
I mean, imagine you guys, the group as whatever is gonna be in a you know in-game time, a few months, a year ahead, whatever. Just saying like, this is the cautionary tale. Galen the Fallen. You know what I mean? This is and oh my god, I don't even want to start on what the fuck is gonna happen with Smoke, the scarring that this seems to have left on him, and like you know these fucking gods and all that. That was honestly when you snapped at Kirsty, and it was just like, oh, it was just.
Yeah, I had to. I didn't want to be like antagonist to you, Kirsty, but I thought like, well,
Yeah,
you
of
know,
course,
it's gonna
of
be
course not.
some, you know.
I think that this is the reason why I think we leveled up because we all had a lot of this and like, but none of this, none of us will obviously take it personally to ourselves.
You were
don't take it
all in your character's head,
Yeah,
doing what your characters were
all
doing.
the way through.
Yeah.
until the
Just
bitter
denial
end.
and like trying to get through to in a multitude of different ways.
Oh, Gareth, you played absolutely amazingly today. I
You were
agree.
really good. Really good.
It was.
Everybody did. Like,
Yeah.
Amir's like, why? Why is it not ending yet? Like, she was past it all at that point.
That was tough to go with as well when you were like, you hate Galen, like from that check, and like now you
With
hate
double
him, and I was
wisdom.
like, whoa, yeah.
Yes.
And don't worry, I'm not taking any of it personally. And it was the most amazing role play probably I've ever had. It was insane.
That actually really showed the power of like
Fe-
Panaku as
Felt
well,
felt
because I was.
emotion. Yes. He's such a
Guys.
like he's not. Oh my god, he's such a freaking villain right
I
now.
thought it was somewhere between, like, I knew it was like a really tough enemy and stuff, and it had like some telepathic ability to try and fuck with Galen, but then it was like when he was almost trying to take out the gods, and then he just like infiltrated the Temple of Mistral, and I was like, oh shit, like, yeah, there's a
And
potential world
just
destroyer there, like.
And I was
Like
just
like buying a brand new house and then some like doubt immediately gets in.
The Claude. Hello, Claude.
Oh. Hello, mate.
Jesus Christ, Dan.
Oh my god, like that's just
What the
Oh,
hell? Did you in your head predict any of it at all? Like, did you think this might have gone this way, or
All I had in my head was the structure of the Fuge plane and the Court of Souls. I had some choices for you to make. I knew that I wanted I wanted the others to make an appearance. So kind of doing it really synced up well when you were like, yeah, we'll go for a long rest. I was like, okay, time for your astral forms to make an appearance in court.
That was cool.
And I knew that there was a strong chance that we might not see Galen again, so I was always bringing in Spellix and Nibnor, one way or the other.
there was a strong chance of that
don't know
since
who to look
you
for
know,
when we go travelling at some
since he
point.
And
died.
Jacob remembers it perfectly, so you'd probably
Yep.
recognize him if we see him.
Oh yeah.
Guys, I've got like a
We draw it
5-page.
down and make carvings of them so he knows what they look like and never forgets.
I've got like a 5-page document detailing how I'm gonna fuck up everything. Like, plan to create a cult and like
Oh, Galen's plan
Oh,
that's
shit.
now all
fucking hell.
Yeah, me and Galen were going to create a cult of Panaka and take over the world on the sly.
Fucking hell. It was a good plan. It was a good
It's
plan.
just- yeah.
And he would have gotten away with it if he hadn't have tried to fuck
Meddling
with
kids.
Dr. Lone Spell's ritual.
Yeah.
Because
it was
Lone Spell caught him.
it was
What
it was
triggered
it was that.
everything.
For Galen, it was pretty simple. He just did not want Malone Spell to die. Yeah, he didn't want to fuck up the resurrection. He had a plan in his head that he's going to resurrect Tara and then he's going to send her away because he was working on him and trying to convince him she's going to be better off without him. And at that point, he's evil because he read the book, so maybe he can use him for Panako. That was the plan. So he couldn't die. Whatever happened, he couldn't die. That was my plan, and so I just I told Dan I'm trying to sabotage the poison, but yeah.
Yes, Kirsty.
how did he know? How did he know that that it was going to involve poison and that he might die? And all of that?
because Lone Spell told us he's creating a failsafe, right? Because the book was going to turn him evil. We knew that, and he said, "I'm going to create this poison as a failsafe." He told us
If he
that,
turns
actually,
evil
almost.
and goes bad, then he wanted
Yeah.
to be killed before he could do harm to the world.
I see.
That's what he told
However,
us, but he was a bastard, lying bastard who just wanted to be a fucking lich. And this is why Galen fucking ultimately failed, because I had no idea, and it's
Automated him.
just I just made a bad choice.
it took Lone Spell a long time to earn your trust, but he played
And
the
I
long
thought I was bringing him to trust me, whereas he was playing. Yeah.
I remember
So-
how much I didn't trust him at first. But it's true, by the time of that session, I didn't really think of it that way. I didn't really distrust him that much. You motherfucker.
Galen was gonna create a criminal underground with Fisto. He was gonna start. The plan was to like, because he doesn't want peace, right? Because it's against what the plan is. So he was gonna get or maybe I shouldn't be saying that. I don't know. Maybe Panaku, knowing the plans, would maybe want to put some of them in place. I don't know if you don't want me to say anything.
Yeah, we'll leave it there because we've probably not heard the last of Panaku, have we? So.
Sure. Sounds good. You've got access to
We
that
have 9
document.
days to find this thing for that Thunder's nabbed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back to our regularly scaled chaos. Thunder in the morning.
Who was the crying goddess? The elven with the big eyes.
Yeah. This was no, it wasn't Saloon. It was Sehanine Moonbow. Is the Saladrin pantheon's goddess of death, dreams, journeys, mysticism, transcendence, the moon, the stars, the heavens, and also matron of the moon elves. She's kind, compassionate. She would have been an excellent defense slayer, I'm quite sure. But she, Galen didn't know them, and
Galen had no reason.
Turned away from the gods. Yeah.
Galen had no reason to pick anybody. I entertained the idea to try and go like plead to Ogma, but it would have been pure deception at that point. You can't deceive gods.
Hey Ogma, remember me? Like we were bros for like one level. It gave me heavy armor proficiency and a better AC.
Yeah, exactly. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. So why
Ogma would have said yes and then come and like screwed him over during it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was entertaining the idea that I could just try and claim that it was all in the pursuit of knowledge, because Ogma is very agnostic as far as good and evil is concerned.
Yeah. And so is Kellenvor.
Yeah. So he wasn't gonna like. So I don't know. Maybe I could have gone there, but I just felt like he is alone. He right now is just resigned to what he feels, and what he feels is just hatred, just for life, for people, for anything, just pure hatred. That's where he was, and maybe there was a small chance of some sort of redemption conversation, but the dice did not want that. So
he really was the faithless in the end.
He was. He really was. Can we call him Galen the Fallen? Can that be my last? Can that be
Galen the Fallen, the Faithless, the It's it's a epic arc.
It was.
Are you okay, Kirsty?
Lucas.
Sorry, what was that?
If it'll go into focus.
I can't see shit. CGS minus the evil.
Evil gnome.
Right.
It's our super secret group, and now it's defunct without us doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, CGS minus the evil gnome.
Wait, did you? Was there any like concrete plan at all? Like anything that you guys wanted to try, or nothing?
I don't know. Maybe we'll keep that secret from you.
I don't know what we could have done, really.
Be like that. It's fine.
I guess now is a good time to announce that we've got a guest player next week.
Oh.
Who is it?
It's Lucy.
Yeah.
Coming back as Nissa.
Tisha.
Tisha. Sorry.
Yes.
Tisha.
Yes, Tisha.
Nice.
She's in Silvercrest. I told you, didn't I, last week? So
Yeah.
You did.
She was an elf, right? Elf.
yeah, little elf girl.
Little elf girl.
Marked by Maloon. That's marked by not Maloon, Mistra.
Mm-hmm.
She's one of the 7? Oh yeah, she
Mhm.
is. She's
Yeah.
got the. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And the 7th is you still don't know who that is. That's gonna be so interesting.
We could have found out the seventh tonight, but the roles just didn't want it.
Great. Kirsty's gonna
Seen them
hate you. This is such a Robin.
What role?
Well,
It was-
Mistra was about, wasn't she?
It
So
would have been one of the Galen's reception roles at the trial. He would have seen all 7 in one of the boxes. When Galen was looking around seeing, and Dan was like, make a perception roll, and he kept rolling like 8 or 9.
All the
He-
time.
He saw a box with us in it. He'd have seen a box with the 7 in it.
there was so many shitty rolls. I, as a DM, bear in mind, I don't want to keep many things from you. I want to tell you as much as possible, and just the dice were getting in my fucking way tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, there's only that much you can fudge in terms of DC. Otherwise, it becomes unrealistic completely. You know,
Yeah.
you rolled an 8. Oh well, you know everything. Here.
Yeah, exactly. You can't betray the dice like that.
No, the die betrayed us instead, or
Mhm.
Galen. I am really satisfied though with the way it ended, even though it's a bit sad. It's a bit. It's
That's the way you
definitely
should feel after a
unexpected.
character's gone in such an epic way. Like,
Definitely unexpected, but yes, I'm satisfied. I can close it. I was still like, if you went and just said like, okay, let's do this adventure with the diamond, and then like introduce the other character, and then a few days forward, I'd be like, oh. And
it would have taken you a long time to connect with a new character, knowing that you could have still opened the door with Galen, but now the door is closed. You can look
No,
forward with
I agree.
much more clarity.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if he ended up coming back, then the replacement character would have just stayed in the shadows for the time being, and that's fine too. I was. It's what you said one time. You know, when you resign yourself from this burning, like, oh, my character needs to survive, and the pressure of it, you just resign and just let the roles,
let the story happen,
and the story. You know, it's just
better, isn't it?
So much better.
Yeah.
You said last week, Dan, the roles tell a story.
Good or bad.
Yeah.
And they really fucked Galen tonight.
They did, but a real cautionary story he's going to be.
I need a new song, a cautionary tale about Galen the Faithless.
Yeah, no, I like it. Galen the Fallen.
That's gonna be like a real dark metal tune by Abyssal Psychotoxin.
Colin was a warlock. He lied to everyone.
And Mir hated him.
I think Galen's fatal mistake was mind spiking Panaku.
Yes. Yeah.
And in my defense, I warned him.
He did say, "Are you sure
you warned?"
No. I in the downtime, Galen went to investigate the Deep Dweller and what's come through the portal, and he went to Frederick, and they did some research, and Frederick said abyssal creatures from beyond the planes are immune to psychic damage.
And he was fucking didn't know the extent of it, so
yeah.
I forgot about it in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, did not expect anything above just like, oh, it gets no damage.
Frederick couldn't say, oh, if you attack it with this particular attack, this is what will happen. You know?
No, of course not. Of course not. I mean, this must have been this moment like, that gives me an idea. You're doing this, you. I could see you. I could see you in my mind's eye.
Because it's the three big thing. The three big big mistakes. So Galen and the Mind Spike, Jacob and the Baron, Coronac and the Pink Goo.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
but Coronac's pink goo was just it turned
Comic
out to
relief.
be a comic aside, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like,
It could have not done. And like,
especially when Jacob chased it down and killed it. It could have been more dangerous, but Jacob was determined to eradicate it.
it was. It was like
It probably was the right decision overall, even though Andy was
very salty.
He was a bit salty about you spoiling his fun because it was a cool item, but yeah. It could have had very disastrous. I mean, if you give me something like that to play with for too long, we've seen what happens. So.
Yeah. Sunshine come out for no reason.
Sunshine coming in as we're mourning over the body. It's like, no, you have.
That was fun. I thought we needed some levity at that point.
No, it was really heavy, and I think it came at the right time.
It did break it, but yeah, it was. At one, I was just going, you bastard.
I honestly thought Smoke gonna like hit him or like headbutt him and tell him to get the fuck out or something.
No, it was like, you know, in that moment when Sunshine came up, I was like, oh, I've got to be super pissed off, and yeah, like it's totally broken down this moment, and then like I realized like it just like instantly kind of softened him. Like he needed someone, like that was this guy from his clan that was doing nothing other than just trying to show up with what he told him to do, and he'd been at it all night, you know, and he was like, shit, like, you know, doesn't matter when
he's just doing what he's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, you know, he stuck up for him, like he stayed behind him and he did what he needed to do for him. So in that moment, like what more could he? That was exactly what it was on his mind that he needed to appreciate. And I think I was thinking about it then, like, you know, if there's anything to like pull Smoke back from the brink during whatever downtime or whatever, I think it would be him, like just
mentoring Sunshine and seeing the world through his like youthful eyes again and stuff.
Yeah, and just someone who's just like, you know, he hasn't been through all this shit. He's kind of pure, and you know, he's just he's just a helpful guy. You know, he wants to do his best for the clan. He looks up to him. Is you know.
Considering John, we just made him up like that.
Yeah.
Like 2 sessions ago. I'm very happy about how that's turned out.
Can I have a retainer? Sure.
Sure, fancy name generator, Sunshine at night. Cool.
I was literally like, how am I going to carry all these magic items and give them to Mir? That was all it was. Like.
So you guys decided to just take the you took the arcane focus, right? Which is the amulet, and then the codex and the bloodbinder and the cubic gate is
Mistress Temple.
and everything else you guys just you don't want because there's
the bloodbinder and Mia's crimsonite stone would be in the basement. It's like, this is blood magic, we're putting this in the restricted section. But yeah, everything else.
He had a few items still, but let's just leave it with him, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we're not retconning it. You said you wouldn't go through his shit, so
yeah, no, I was literally on.
Can they take the money though? Like, do you think they will take the money? 2,000 exactly.
Oh, I'll add that.
All I cared about was that letter. If the letter was on his person,
yeah, well, I did
at
get
some
a 20
point.
on the investigation check.
Yeah, you find the letter.
Haven't read it yet, but yeah.
So now you're gonna read a letter written by one of the characters you played.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
You're gonna write the letter who was the mate of the dead character, who wasn't really the mate of the dead character, sent to another dead character. It's just like, oh, no one knows any of the people mentioned in this letter anymore.
And the original.
Gonna fuck up characters.
Sorry, Kirsty, what did you say then?
Don't worry, it wasn't important enough.
Oh.
Fine.
Sure, I feel so bad for you every time this happens. Gotta get better into it.
Only Smoke and Jacob are left of the original party in the tavern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we just talk about OG characters, then obviously,
Yeah, but no, I mean, Mia is OG because it is Kirsty's character that she introduced first. But
exactly.
You joined.
He's just as much as part of CGS.
Yeah, no, you are definitely.
Jacob and Smoke.
Actually, that's
more part of
true.
White Stag, which is what we've evolved into.
Well, you've stuck with that
Mia's
character even when we
reaction-
played other ones, right?
Yeah. It's Mia's reaction when she found out what CGS actually stood for.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
That was ages
Kirsty?
ago.
Holy shit! We ended this half an hour ago, guys. Do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
There was
stop the
so much.
recording.
There was actual. We said, yeah,